Chapter 143. Ling Xiaozui's strike was extremely sinister. Once he activated his high-level mystical qi, it would trigger the counterattack of the sword wounds that had accumulated in his body and explode within him. This was equivalent to adding a huge restriction to himself. From then on, he could no longer utilize power that surpassed the eighth peak. The mischievousness of the strike made He Hanqing grit his teeth. Ling Xiaozui had definitely done it on purpose. He clearly knew who he was, but he still made a move. He wanted to put him in danger. But could he tell the truth? Once he revealed the truth, he would be the one who would be exposed. Ling Xiaozui had come for He Hanqing, not Supreme Lord Springfrost. He could only swallow the humiliation and change of events. At the most secluded corner of the residence of He, the ground had been lifted. The 9 people who had been imprisoned within, who had no room to escape, were now freed. At this moment, he was rolling and crawling to escape. Although his body was weak, his desire to live was strong. The moment they saw He Hanqing, all 9 of them revealed expressions of extreme hatred. A few of the guards in the residence of He had just recovered from the shock. Seeing that the situation had changed, they wanted to stop the 9 people and interrogate them. He Hanqing sucked in a deep breath, a sinister glint flashing across his eyes. He sighed dejectedly and waved his hand, saying, "Let them go." This was yet another trap. It was a more ruthless trap set by Ling Xiaozui. Ling Xiaozui looked like he had left, but He Hanqing was aware that he had not really left. He had released the restraints on these people but did not rescue them directly, leaving them here to escape on their own. What was the meaning of this? If he were to silence these people again, Ling Xiaozui would definitely appear immediately to save them. Moreover, he would have a reason to kill him then. Therefore, even though these people knew some of his secrets, he couldn't kill them to silence them. He even had to protect them carefully and ensure that nothing happened to them. Otherwise, Ling Xiaozui would still come to question him. He Hanqing was extremely frustrated about this, but he could do nothing about it. His mystical qi was sealed and his body was severely injured. The spectral path of the soul and the abyss path of flesh were techniques that he could not use before he recovered. Ling Xiaozui. You and I cannot exist under the same sky. He Hanqing spat out another mouthful of blood and stood up shakily. However, he staggered and almost fell. The 9 remaining soldiers glanced at the He residents with hatred, then silently supported each other as they walked out. There were countless guards in the He residence, but no one came out to stop them. Finally, the 9 of them supported each other and walked out of the He residence's main gate. Then, they disappeared into the crowd. Those who were fated to witness this scene could not help but wonder if what Ling Xiaozui had said was true. Had old He, a loyal official of Yutang, really done something despicable? Were the 9 cripples not proof of that? Ling Xiaozui had left. Cirrus House's business was booming. Moreover, the customers who came and went seemed to be of a higher quality. Each and every one of them was immaculately dressed, elegant, gentle, and polite. Their smiles were amiable. Although the original guests would not do anything particularly out of line, they would occasionally grope the passing maids. But now, all of them were well-behaved, even more obedient than children in class. There was not even a situation where they spoke in a loud voice. The 4th prince had become famous. Ling Xiaozui had been here and had done such a great deed. What the 4th prince had done had earned everyone's admiration. To be able to send 500 soldiers to capture Ling Xiaozui and label him as a fugitive. He was truly an oddball. Everyone felt an inexplicable urge to laugh when they talked about this matter. How did such a blunder appear? The crown prince and the other princes were even more delighted at his misfortune. I've been relying on this joke of the 4th prince to survive these 2 years, said one of the princes. Yunyang stretched his body and lay in the pond of his home. A sense of contentment rose within him. Yun-yang could clearly feel that every cell in his body was cheering in joy. Finally, he was in the water. He hadn't specifically trained to swim before, but at this moment, he naturally felt that there was no barrier between him and the water around him, and he was completely one with it. He was even more at ease than a fish. Even when he buried his head in the water, there was no sense of suffocation. It was as if his skin could breathe and there was nothing to worry about. Yun-yang began to imagine what it would be like if he were to cultivate his fourth brother's water spirit conjuration. As he pondered, he could not help anticipating it. However, what he needed to do now was to improve the fog of cloud conjuration, mystique wind conjuration, and fiery charm before cultivating the art of crimson devil and thunder crash conjuration to the same level. There was nothing else to be said. Yun-yang understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. Although he was already greedy and could not chew off more than he could chew. The fourth prince came to the residence of Yun to apologize, but he turned back halfway. Ling Xiaozui had already left. What was the use of apologizing? However, Yun-yang had become mysterious from then on. Ling Xiaozui had been a guest at his residence and it was said that they had had a pleasant conversation. Ling Xiaozui had promised to play and fish at the 1,000-feet lake with Yun-yang, calling each other brother and becoming like old friends. Young Master Yun-yang was indeed remarkable. I thought that young Master Yun-yang was only a popinjay, but it seems that he isn't. Seems like what? Of course, he can't be a popinjay. How can a mere popinjay be friends with Ling Xiaozui? That makes sense. Young Master Yun must be someone with great wisdom, hiding in the mortal world to train himself with worldly emotions. I'm guessing that young Master Yun must be an unparalleled expert as well. As the saying goes, dragons befriend dragons and phoenixes befriend phoenixes. How can Ling Xiaozui's friends be ordinary? Not only is young Master Yun handsome, he's also skillful and has an earth-shattering cultivation base. He's so elegant too. Oh, I'm speechless. How can a person be so perfect and captivating? Wake up, brother. You're a man. Even if you like him, would he like you? No matter what, Cirrus House's Yun Zuyu would be safe with Ling Xiaozui's arrival. Young Master Yun-yang, too, would make a name for himself. Along the way, there would be many who would smile at him in a flattering manner. A few days passed and the situation was unprecedentedly peaceful. During this period of time, Yun-yang went into closed-door cultivation. Whether it was the invitation from Cirrus House or other noble families, or the visit of the 4 noble young masters, he rejected all of them. He cultivated in silence. Since the day Chen San had brought the 9 remaining soldiers to the residence of Yun to express his gratitude, Yun-yang could temporarily be at ease about the spectral path of soul and abyss path of flesh. Now, however, Eunuch Mi was deep in the palace and old he and He Hanqing were still not people he could handle, despite being severely injured. There were no other clues. Naturally, Yun-yang placed all his focus on improving his ability. Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan sent someone to ask about it and did not come again. Instead, it was Tai Zheng who came a few times to leave a message for Marquis Yun, "Take care of my son for me." Marshal Tai ran back and forth but he did not see Yun-yang. Yun-yang's diligence in cultivation during this period of time had reached an insane level. It was because a brewing storm was already on its way and was about to descend. It was less than a month away from Tai Zheng's wedding. Some of the generals from various countries who had set off earlier had already entered Yutong's territory. The famed generals from various countries had gathered in Tiantang City. How could it be quiet when these people were together? By then, there would be a storm. Yun-yang's diligent cultivation was to prepare himself to face all of this. Finally, the 15th of September arrived. Yun-yang had come out of his closed-door cultivation because he had no choice but to do so today. There was someone who had been waiting for him in the residence of Yun for 3 days. This person's identity was unique. Very unique. Oh, isn't this Sister Lingxiu? How does Sister Lingxiu have the time to visit my humble residence? Your presence brings light to my humble abode, it's my honor. Yunyang greeted her with a friendly smile. In front of him, a young girl in a tight outfit sat upright. This young girl was dressed in black, and although she wasn't an outstanding beauty, she was extremely delicate and pretty. Her entire body carried a bone-chilling aura, like a snow lotus in a world of ice and snow, icy cold that seeped into one's bones, elegant and beautiful. She was tall and slender, exuding an indescribable aura of heroism. She had a pair of sharp brows that were rarely seen on a woman's face. Although she was a woman, just by sitting there, she gave off the aura of a great general who wielded authority and commanded thousands of soldiers and horses. A murderous aura naturally flowed between his brows, making him look extremely awe-inspiring. Shangguan Lingxiu. This was a person that Yunyang could not afford to ignore nor disrespect. Shangguan Lingxiu was only 20 years old, only half a year older than Yunyang. However, her family background was one that all the empire of Yutong's subjects would revere. The Shangguan family of generals. The stars in the night worshipped the Big Dipper, the generals of the world respected the Shangguan. The three brothers of Shangguan Lingxiu's great-grandfather had once dominated the battlefield, invincible. The three brothers had even served as the empire of Yutong's East, West, and West marshals respectively. The brothers had 3 marshals and the father and son had 10 generals. Back then, the Shangguan family alone had supported the entire board of Yutong's military. However, these 3 old generals, without exception, all died on the battlefield in their twilight years, and their corpses were buried on the battlefield. The youngest one was already 58 years old when he perished on the battlefield. After that, the 9 brothers of Shangguan Lingxiu's grandfather's generation had perished in the eastern border, one after another. When it came to Shangguan Lingxiu's father's generation, the Shangguan family had even more men, a total of 36 uncles and brothers. They were known as the Shangguan 36 Tiangang Tiger Generals. However, all of them had perished on the battlefield during the Empire of Yutong's foreign wars. When 13 of them had perished, they had yet to marry. Shangguan Lingxiu was the youngest girl in the Shangguan family. She had 2 older brothers and 28 cousins who had perished on the battlefield in the War of Resistance against the foreign invasion 5 years ago. None of the men had survived. No matter what kind of war the Shangguan family had been through, not a single member of the Shangguan family had surrendered. Not a single one of them had escaped. They had all been killed in the war against the foreign enemies. The Shangguan family's blood had been splattered all over the empire of Yutong. Now, the Shangguan family of generals, which had once prospered and intimidated the world, was left with a family of widows and orphans. Among the younger generation, there was only Shangguan Lingxiu, a lady, and 6 children who were only 9 and 4 years old. They were all Shangguan Lingxiu's nephews. The youngest one was even a posthumous child. His Majesty the Emperor had once written, "A family of loyal martyrs, the Shangguan family of generals." Chapter 144. Ever since all the adult men in the Shangguan family had died in battle, there had been no movement from them. The elders, women, and children had only stayed at home to teach the young children, to practice martial arts and study, hoping that one day, they would fight on the battlefield again and rebuild the family's reputation. It looked like the Shangguan family would be quiet for the time being, at least. However, once something happened to old Mistress Shangguan, even the current emperor would not dare neglect it and would treat it with caution. Shangguan Lingxiu, who was in front of Yunyang, was the person who held the Shangguan family of generals' younger generation. Like her name, this woman was extraordinarily beautiful and well-versed in worldly affairs, but she did not go out easily. However, since she had come to the Yun residence to look for Yunyang today, there must be something that Yunyang could not ignore and that he had to show himself. It was not for anything else but the name of the Shangguan family of generals alone that Yunyang was naturally filled with respect and could not refuse. Young brother Yun. Shangguan Lingxiu smiled faintly and said, "My purpose of coming here is to ask young brother Yun to introduce me to Ling Xiaozue, Master Ling." Her words were laced with an obvious militaristic aura. They were clean and direct, going straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Ling Xiaozue?" Yun Yang said, "He has left. I wonder what Sister Lingxiu wants to see Ling Xiaozue for. Can you explain it to me? Let's see if I can be of help." It was unreasonable to probe into other people's affairs, but Shangguan Lingxiu hoped to contact Ling Xiaozue through him. No matter how much Yun Yang believed in the Shangguan family's style, he had to clarify the other party's intentions before deciding whether to help. Shangguan Lingxiu said in a low voice, even if young brother Yun didn't ask, would have said it. "My nephew has 3 innately awakened 8 chakras. I want to try my luck and see if one of them can catch Master Ling's eye and enter his tutelage. If this can be done, the Shangguan family will have a few experts in the future. They'll have an additional ability to protect themselves when they go on the battlefield in the future," Shangguan Lingxiu said with a lowered brow. Speaking of the ability to protect themselves, Shangguan Lingxiu could not help but lower her head. Yun Yang was shocked. "Go on the battlefield in the future? How old are they? Why are you talking about galloping on the battlefield?" Shangguan Lingxiu said proudly, "The 3 nephews I mentioned earlier are already 6 years old. The Shangguan family is born for the battlefield, we live for war. The sons of the Shangguan family step onto the battlefield at the age of 15. Serve the country and defend against foreign enemies." Yun Yang's heart skipped a beat. He was only 6 years old, but he was already planning to go on the battlefield and kill enemies for his country. However, everyone in the Shangguan family was happy to see this happen. They even instinctively thought that it was a matter of course. "It's a pity that Master Ling has already left. I don't know where he went either. It's hard to find him." Yun Yang shook his head and sighed, an inexplicable feeling welling up in his heart. How much had the Shangguan family of generals sacrificed for the sake of a family of loyal martyrs? How much more do I have to pay? It was as if in the stubborn hearts of this family, a man should go to the battlefield and return with his dead body on the battlefield. This was a respectable family. Yet, it was also a family of great sorrow. Shangguan Lingxiu looked dejected as she murmured, "Actually, I'm only here to try my luck. Even if I did see him, Master Ling might not be willing to accept a descendant of such a family who carries a blood feud with him as a disciple. My original intention was only for these young brothers to go on the battlefield in the future." Shangguan Lingxiu sighed softly and stood up. "Young brother Yun, thank you. Farewell." She had told him everything and left immediately if it did not work out. Yun Yang could not help saying softly, "Actually, these young brothers don't have to go to the battlefield in the future." With her back facing Yun Yang, Shangguan Lingxiu said faintly, "Generations of the Shangguan family have perished on the battlefield. If they don't go to the battlefield to kill their enemies, who will be the one to avenge the blood debt of their ancestors? This is the mission of the Shangguan family's men, it's their destiny." Yun Yang was stunned when he heard what Shangguan Lingxiu said. The Shangguan family's men have died on the battlefield. Whether they've been framed, ambushed, or killed in a direct confrontation, it's the destiny of a soldier. There's no regret. We won't seek revenge outside of the battlefield, lest we humiliate our ancestors' noble name. However, this blood debt still exists. Since it exists, let it be settled on the battlefield. Before the 2 armies, a life for a life. Use the enemy's blood and lives to wash away this grudge and avenge our ancestors. Shangguan men are born for the battlefield, live for the war, die for the country, and die for the people. Shangguan Lingxiu said vehemently, "This is the family motto of the Shangguan family. Born for the battlefield, live for the war. Die for the country, die for the people." Yun Yang repeated the words in a murmur. This was the family motto of the Shangguan family of generals. Watching as Shangguan Lingxiu turned to leave, the tall silhouette of a girl was obviously graceful, but the young lady of the Shangguan family had exuded a domineering aura. Her steps were firm. Once she started, she did not turn back. She was only a young lady of 20 years of age, but she exuded a steely coldness. Sister Lingxiu, Yunyang could not help calling out. What is it? Shangguan Lingxiu turned to look at Yunyang and suddenly smiled. I'm leaving. She turned and waved. If Sister Lingxiu's original intention is to let your nephews cultivate mystical qi to enhance their abilities and protect themselves, you don't have to look for Ling Xiaozui, said Yunyang. I have some methods here as well. With her back facing him, Shangguan Lingxiu shook her head and said, we have cultivation methods too, we know each other. The real reason I'm looking for Ling Xiaozui isn't for any cultivation method, but to find a support for my nephews that can protect their lives. That's all. The so-called reason is only an excuse. Shangguan Lingxiu smiled sadly. The men of the Shangguan family will never return once they go to the battlefield. We've known this for a long time. It's an irreversible fate. No enemy dares to let the descendants of the Shangguan family of generals grow at ease. Although all the generals in the continent respect and admire the Shangguan family of generals, the descendants of the Shangguan family will only suffer worse once they go to the battlefield. No country's military hopes for the Shangguan family of generals' revival. Shangguan Lingxiu said calmly, when my nephews go to the battlefield, that's when they die. However, our mission is on the battlefield. We can't not go, we're destined to go. That's why I've looked for Ling Xiaozui today, hoping to ask for a talisman for my nephews. Although I know that the enemies on the battlefield may not be willing to acknowledge this talisman, I still want to try. However, Master Ling's absence proves once again that this is the fate of the Shangguan family's men. Thank you, young brother Yun. Shangguan Lingxiu strode away. Her long silhouette disappeared before Yunyang's eyes. Yunyang was still in a daze, his thoughts unsettled for a long time. The autumn wind howled above Tiantang City. At this moment, the backyard of the Shangguan clan was bustling with activity. It was a small drill ground. An old woman with a head full of white hair stood coldly by the side of the drill ground with her arms behind her back, watching the movements within without missing a single detail. 6 children stood in a row in the drill ground. The oldest looked to be in his teens while the youngest was no more than 5 or 6 years old. They were all young children. The group of children were in a horse stance, and at this moment, every one of them was already drenched in sweat. Steam was rising from their bodies, and their sweat had already soaked the ground beneath their feet, but they were still doing their best to persevere. Their tiny bodies were already struggling as they swayed. The eyes of the younger ones were filled with tears, big droplets of sweat rolling down their cheeks, but they kept their mouths shut, unwilling to cry out loud. Hold on. The old mistress's gaze was cold, ignoring the pathetic state of her grandchildren. Finally, a child's body swayed and fell to the ground with a thud. Then, he fainted. Drag him away. The old mistress hollered. Plop, plop. After a while, the other children fainted as well, unable to take it anymore. Rest for a quarter of an hour. We'll begin the horse archery training after that. The children who had rested regained some of their strength and climbed onto the horses' backs agilely. Gritting their teeth, they bounced up and down on the horses' backs, performing all sorts of movements. They slanted from the horse's back, crawled under the horse's belly, flipped onto the horse's back from the other side, and drew their bows immediately. There were a total of more than a dozen movements, and they continued to repeat them over and over until the steed could no longer hold on, but the 6 children did not stop. However, these children had already used up too much energy when they were squatting in the horse stance, so how much could they recover after a quarter of an hour of rest? They were already exhausted after struggling to hold on for so long, and they were only relying on one breath to hold on. Even with this breath, they were out of breath. Finally, one of the youngest children suddenly swayed and fell off the steed. This slip was different from before. A slip in the horse stance would at most cause one to fall to the ground, but when one fell from the horse under one's crotch was still moving freely. The danger level had increased exponentially. The warhorse's hooves were about to step on the young body due to its uncontrollable movements. "Don't move!" the old mistress bellowed. Those who were about to rush out to rescue the child immediately stopped in their tracks. They could only look at the scene with worried eyes. The eyes of a few noblewomen at the side were already red, tears welling up in their eyes. The child who fell from the horse twisted his body with all his might, struggling to move a little on the ground. The horse's hooves almost brushed past his face as he fell to the ground with a thud. However, the other horses were already charging over. Chapter 145. The child could not even stand up in time and could only roll on the ground. His reaction was pure instinct. It was an instinct to avoid danger and seek survival. The 6 horses brushed past him as the crisis was finally averted. It was only then that the child spun and stood up from the ground. Just as he stood up, his vision darkened and he fell to the ground once more. The extreme escape from the life-and-death juncture just now had only been completed by stimulating all of his potential. Now that the crisis was over and he stood up, he could no longer hold on and fainted. "Wake him up." The old mistress was furious. "How can he faint at a time like this? Wake him up with cold water. Practice again." A noblewoman beside her could no longer hold it in and pleaded, "Granny, please, let them rest." "Xiao Wuer, he's only 6 years old." On the other side, Shangguan Lingxiu bit her lips tightly. There was only a hard expression on her face, devoid of the gentleness of a woman. Sigh. The old mistress closed her eyes, feeling a pang of sourness in her heart. Her heart that had never wavered finally softened this time. "Why don't we?" Just as the old mistress spoke, Shangguan Lingxiu hollered, "No. No rest. No one can rest until it's time." Her voice was resolute, leaving no room for discussion. "Lingxiu." The middle-aged lady beside her was spitting fire. "Are you trying to torture them to death?" Shangguan Lingxiu bit her lips tightly. This small drill ground has existed in the Shangguan family for more than 70 years. For more than 70 years, the men of the Shangguan family have all trained their martial skills here before they fight in the battlefield. I was born late, so I didn't have the fate to see my grandfather training here. Shangguan Lingxiu said loudly, "But I've seen my father and uncles training here. Training here. I've also seen my brothers running around here, gritting their teeth and bleeding, training themselves since they were 3 or 4 years old. Each of them gave it their all, really." Shangguan Lingxiu said loudly, "But even though they fought so hard, they still died in the battlefield. The intensity of my training now is only slightly higher than when I was your age. It's still far from enough. I'd rather see them die in this small drill ground than to see them fall on the cold battlefield under the hooves of the enemy's horses. If they become our enemies, they will be promoted to nobility. Continue. Continue practicing. If it's not time, you can't rest even if you die. There's no mercy for anyone. All of you, continue practicing." Shangguan Lingxiu's pretty face was flushed, her gaze like a burning flame. "Quickly, or I'll whip you." Under the urging of the whip, the 6 children once again climbed up the horse shakily. Gritting their teeth, they continued to practice the various movements. This is the Shangguan family of generals. Shangguan Lingxiu hollered, "This is how children of the family of generals are. Either you step on your enemies' corpses and carry your enemies' heads to revive the Shangguan family of generals' glory. Otherwise, you will fall under the enemy's blade and become their meritorious service. This is the fate of the Shangguan family of generals' men. There is no other way." The shrill cry was sharp and ear-piercing in the autumn wind, making the whistling autumn wind even colder. It was evening in the afternoon. Shangguan Lingxiu brought her nephews out, remaining silent along the way. The further they went, the more secluded it became. Finally, the group of aunt and niece arrived at a chaotic place. This was the red light district of Tiantang City. Countless gangsters, rogues, villains, and fugitives gathered here to survive in this dirty and dark place. In other words, this was an abandoned land. There was almost no one here during the day, it was quiet and deserted. However, when night fell, all sorts of monsters seemed to emerge from the ground. The place was bustling with noise. Some were drinking, some were cursing, some were fighting, and some were grabbing a girl on the street. Twisted faces could be seen everywhere in the dim light, menacing, horrifying, and cruel. A burly man stood up shakily and grabbed a woman with unkempt hair and a dirty face. "Ha ha ha, come here, play with this lord." Before he could grab it, a small figure suddenly appeared. Then, the burly man's stomach was punched with a bang. "Little bastard, how dare you hit your father? You're looking for death." The man felt as if his intestines had been punched out. Amidst the excruciating pain, he was enraged and began to retaliate mercilessly with punches and kicks. The little figure fighting him was only 5 or 6 years old. She nimbly dodged, jumped, and evaded the opponent's attacks. She seized every opportunity to strike. Her seemingly small and delicate fists were actually quite powerful. She struck repeatedly, causing the burly man to scream in pain. It seemed like the winner was clear, but the man was an adult after all. If a punch or kick landed on the child would not be able to withstand it and the outcome would be reversed. Even though he had gone through extremely strict training, he was only a 6-year-old child after all. Bang! With a cry, the child could not dodge in time and was kicked in the stomach by the man. His tiny body flew 30 feet away and fell to the ground, unable to get up immediately. The man charged forward again with a menacing grin, obviously intending to kill the child. In this world, the so-called kindness, conscience, and compassion were all empty words. The old, the weak, the women, and the children were all weaklings and would only become sacrificial victims. The strong men who had the upper hand would only cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, completely eliminating any potential disaster that might have sprouted. Shangguan Lingxiu clenched her teeth, her body trembling, but she did not move. She only watched the situation unfold with widened eyes. Seeing the man approaching, the child on the ground rolled with effort and stood up, clutching his stomach, his forehead already beaded with sweat. The burly man grinned and pounced on him fiercely, wanting to kill him. However, the child suddenly roared and dodged. Then, he jumped up high and stabbed his 2 fingers into the burly man's eye sockets. With an earth-shattering howl, the man pummeled the tiny body hanging on his body. The child let out a series of miserable screams, but he once again fiercely leaped up, his mouth of baby teeth fiercely biting the burly man's throat. Fresh blood immediately gushed out. The man screamed in terror, but his voice had already changed. His burly body fell down powerlessly. His thick and sturdy body only twitched for a moment before it stopped moving. His lower body was quickly soaked in crimson blood. The corpse, which had already returned to silence, suddenly moved again. A small head crawled out from under the corpse. Its head, face, and body were covered in blood. It was panting heavily, and its small body was even shaking from time to time. Obviously, the child had won this battle, but the price he had paid was not small. It was far beyond what a 6 or 7-year-old child could and needed to bear. Just as the child's panting subsided, he puffed out his chest and raised his hand, enduring the pain in his body. "I've won." The child had long understood his fate. There was no such thing as childhood for the Shangguan clan's men. There was only life and death, victory and defeat. Tears streamed down Shangguan Lingxiu's eyes as she bent down and opened her arms to welcome her nephew's triumphant return. In the dark, she hugged her nephew's trembling body tightly. "Well done. Third boy, you're a good boy. You're my pride." Shangguan Lingxiu's voice was choked. "My surname is Shangguan, my name is Shangguan Longtao, not third boy." Third boy leaned into his aunt's embrace and murmured, "I'm a Shangguan man, Shangguan Longtao." Before he could finish, he fainted. The brutal battle just now was too cruel for a child who was only 7 years old. He had used up all his strength and was severely injured, but he still wore a proud expression on his face as he fainted. "I've won. I'm Shangguan Longtao. I'm a descendant of the Shangguan family of generals." Next. Shangguan Lingxiu wiped her tears away forcefully. Late at night. Shangguan Lingxiu brought her 6 injured nephews to the west of the 1,000-feet lake, to the mass grave. Ghostly flames flickered, rising and falling. "Sleep here if you're tired." Shangguan Lingxiu's expression was cold. "The mound of the grave can't be used as a pillow. Sleep with your head down and your feet on the mound." However, no matter how tired they were, how could the children fall asleep in such a mass grave? What kind of courage would they have to fall asleep in such an environment? All of them cowered as they looked at their surroundings, their eyes filled with fear. "Aunt. I'm so scared." The youngest child tugged at Shangguan Lingxiu's sleeve and begged pitifully, "Let's go home." "No." Shangguan Lingxiu said resolutely, "The children of the Shangguan family of generals can't be afraid. We're not even afraid of the living, why should we be afraid of the dead? Right here, separate." Shangguan Lingxiu said sternly, "Keep a distance of 5 steps between each of you. Don't get too close to each other. Do you hear me? Don't get too close to each other. Both of you will be punished if you get too close to each other." The 6 children were separated just like that. After separating the 6 nephews, Shangguan Lingxiu hid behind a tombstone as well, watching her nephew's movements carefully. On the other side, the 6 children were still sobbing in fear. Suddenly, one of the children stood up. "I can't sleep. I'll do some boxing." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He actually began to practice. 1 punch and 1 kick, he practiced methodically. The other children's eyes lit up. "Let's practice too." The 6 children danced in the mass grave, each with their own style. Shangguan Lingxiu's eyes were wet as she watched the scene unfold. Then, she squatted down slowly and wrapped her clothes tightly around her, her eyes peeking around in fear. This heroine who looked fearless was now trembling all over. Chapter 146. Shangguan Lingxiu paled from the fright, but she forced herself to endure it. Compared to her 6 nephews, she was even more fearful of the mass grave. No matter how valiant and heroic Shangguan Lingxiu appeared to be, she was still a girl. Faced with the howling autumn wind that sounded like the cries of ghosts and the rats that wandered in and out of the bushes, even the slightest change could scare her. As a girl, no matter how hard she pretended to be strong and cool, her cowardly nature could not be changed. Humans were strange creatures. The more cowardly one was, the more one dared not close one's eyes. The more one would pay attention to the slightest movement around them, only to further frighten oneself. Rustling noises could be heard. Shangguan Lingxiu's eyes widened in fear as she watched a small round thing slowly walk towards her from the bushes. She felt her entire body stiffen. Her mouth was agape, her pretty face already pale with fright. As the movement approached, her breathing became more and more rapid. Her hands clutched the front of her shirt tightly, almost fainting from the fright. Finally, a porcupine crawled out from the bushes. Shangguan Lingxiu heaved a sigh of relief and could not help patting her chest. Compared to the rats, the porcupine was much cuter. However, at this moment, she clearly heard a long sigh from beside her. Shangguan Lingxiu felt goosebumps all over her body. She knew that she had not heard it wrongly. Indeed, there was something beside his ear, letting out a faint sigh. This was a mass grave. Who else could be sighing in the middle of the night? Shangguan Lingxiu was on the verge of breaking down. She nervously stood up, only to feel that her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Her clothes had long been soaked, but she still insisted on looking at the location of her 6 nephews first to make sure that they were safe. However, when she saw that she could still hear the wind from her fists, she couldn't help but calm down, and the fear from before instantly disappeared. However, another sigh sounded in his ears. The nightmare came again. Shangguan Lingxiu yelped and jumped away instinctively, feeling her body go limp. You. He was so scared that his teeth were chattering, and he couldn't even speak clearly. She could only hear someone speaking from behind her. Why are you doing this? It spoke. The ghost spoke. There was really a ghost. Shuddering, Shangguan Lingxiu leaped 8 feet into the air and spun around in the air. Finally, she saw an elegant silhouette standing on top of the tombstone that she had been hiding in just now. In the dark of the night, the shadow looked even more shapeless, swaying as if its body was contorting at any moment. Ghost. Ghost. There's really a ghost. Shangguan Lingxiu was hovering in the air. In her panic, she was so frightened that she forgot to channel her mystical qi. She plummeted from the sky like a weight. However, she was now 8 feet in the air. If she were to fall, she would be gravely injured. The silhouette on the tombstone sighed again and floated, catching Shangguan Lingxiu in his arms. If he did not catch her, this heroine of the Shangguan family of generals would definitely be injured, even if she did not fall to her death. She had actually forgotten to circulate her mystical qi in midair. How unimaginable! Let go of me! Shangguan Lingxiu screamed instinctively. She was truly frightened, activating her female concealment skill. It's me. Yunyang rubbed his nose helplessly. With this little bit of courage, he was not even as big as a sesame seed. He actually dared to bring 6 children to the mass grave to practice. He had to admit defeat. The 6 children were not so afraid, but the one who had brought them here was paralyzed with fear. Yes. Shangguan Lingxiu closed her eyes as she punched and kicked Yunyang for a while. Only then did she feel that the voice was familiar. She tried to open her eyes, but all she could see was a helpless handsome face before her. Even his hair was messed up from her clutches, looking helpless as he stared at her helplessly. Who else could it be if not Yunyang? It's you. Shangguan Lingxiu felt her courage returning at once. She was rejuvenated, the anger on her face disappeared and was replaced by an icy coldness. Put me down. She cried. Yunyang put her down, speechless. Shangguan Lingxiu patted herself, her face slightly flushed, but she asked stiffly, "Why are you here?" "I had no choice." Yunyang spread his arms. "I was going home after drinking and happened to see you leading the 6 little ones this way. I was a little curious and wanted to see what you guys were up to. In the end, you brought me straight into the graveyard, and you didn't leave after entering the graveyard, wanting to spend the night here." Yunyang patted his chest. "That really scared me to death." Shangguan Lingxiu blushed. "You've been watching from the side?" "I was curious." Yunyang said, "Sister Lingxiu is a heroine indeed, not inferior to a man. This young brother is impressed by your courage." "I'm impressed." "I'm impressed by you, Sister Lingxiu." Shangguan Lingxiu's face was as red as fire. Suddenly, she flashed her sword with a clang and said angrily, "Yunyang, I've long heard that your mystical skill is amazing and that you're famous in Yutang. Come, let me spar with you." The corners of Yunyang's lips twitched. Since when did you hear that my mystical skill is amazing? Famous in Yutang? Why didn't I know that I had such a great reputation? It's obvious that I've caught you doing something cowardly, so you want to vent your anger out of humiliation. Although Yun Yang had taken pity on her just now, he had no intention of being a punching bag now. Hold on, Sister Lingxiu. I know all about your efforts. Yun Yang said, but to me, doing this is equivalent to pulling the seedlings up to hasten their growth. There's no positive effect. Shangguan Lingxiu sighed slowly. How can I not know that haste makes waste? It's better than doing nothing at all. Pulling the seedlings up to hasten their growth, even if the seedlings don't grow much, their enemies might not give them the time to mature. Yun Yang was stunned. As his thoughts raced, he actually felt that Shangguan Lingxiu's words made sense. At this time, the 6 children had heard the commotion as well. They ran over and saw their aunt standing by the side with another silhouette by her side. With a loud cry, the 6 tiny silhouettes charged over and formed a short human wall in front of Shangguan Lingxiu. 6 pairs of eyes glared at Yun Yang as they said in unison, "Don't bully my aunt." Batty. Yun Yang was amused. Your aunt brought the few of you here to torment you on purpose. Why are you still protecting her? The eldest among the 6 children said boldly, "Aunt is training us, to give us more of the instinct to win in the battlefield. This is the Shangguan family of generals matter, what does it have to do with you? We, the men of the Shangguan family of generals, protecting girls is our responsibility. Leave quickly, you baddie, and we can spare you. Otherwise, what would you dare to do?" Yun Yang teased, amused. Shangguan Lingxiu, who was standing on the side, felt her eyes warm up as the sudden surge of warmth and gentleness almost overwhelmed her defenses. She forced herself to keep a straight face and said, "What do you 6 brats know? This is your Uncle Yun, Auntie's friend. It's more important for you to cultivate now." The 6 children were stunned. The eldest child said blankly, "Uncle Yun? I've never heard of him. Is he our uncle-in-law?" Shangguan Lingxiu was furious. "If you don't cultivate now, I'll..." Before she could finish, the 6 children disappeared with a whoosh. Looking at Shangguan Lingxiu's embarrassed look, Yun Yang could not help chuckling inwardly and said, "Children's words carry no harm. Sister Lingxiu, don't worry." Shangguan Lingxiu snorted and said, "You haven't told me what you're trying to do by following me." Yun Yang replied, "I didn't follow you. Today's encounter is really just a coincidence." Seeing that Shangguan Lingxiu was about to lose her temper, Yun Yang laughed and said, "Actually, it's because I can't bear to do it. Your training may be effective in the short term, but in the long term, it might ruin the cultivation path of these martial geniuses. Such a barbaric training method is not to be taken, it's not the right path for a cultivator." Shangguan Lingxiu did not speak, looking at him quietly. Yun Yang said, "Before Ling Xiaozue left, he had left me a mystical qi cultivation method, called the 3 Talents Mystical Qi. However, after I studied it, I realized that although the cultivation method was marvelous, it wasn't suitable for my physique." Shangguan Lingxiu's eyes shone. The cultivation method left behind by Ling Xiaozue was more than enough. Of course, Yun Yang did not have any cultivation method left behind by Ling Xiaozue. What he had taken out now was only the cultivation method of his 6th brother, Supreme Thunder, other than the Thunder Crash spell. Moreover, he was truly touched by the Shangguan family of generals. Yun Yang took out the 3 Talents Mystical Qi cultivation method and passed it to Shangguan Lingxiu, but she took a step back to avoid it. She wiped her hands in agitation and said, Will this work? This was given to you by Master Ling. Will you really be alright if you give it away just like that?" Yun Yang could not help but feel amused. The lady before him was obviously tempted by the mystical book in his hands. If he were to take it back, she might even snatch it from him, but she had to say it in a roundabout way. It was adorable. He could not help but smile and say, "It's all right. I can guarantee this. Besides, Ling Xiaozue knows that my physique isn't suitable, but he still left this cultivation method to me. The meaning behind this is obvious." Shangguan Lingxiu hummed in acknowledgement and carefully accepted the 3 talents mystical qi cultivation method. She began flipping through it page by page. Chapter 147. The contents of this cultivation technique were truly brilliant and incisive. Compared to the Xian Qi secret manuals that he usually saw, it was many times more brilliant. The more he read, the more shocked he was, and the more he felt the subtlety of this divine technique. This cultivation method is too precious. Shangguan Lingxiu's fair hands gripped the 3 talents cultivation method tightly. "I'm afraid that I can't accept it, and neither can the Shangguan family of generals." Yunyang frowned and said, "Sister Lingxiu, you're being too serious. We're all children of the martial world, it's better to be more straightforward. I have no use for this cultivation method, why are you being so courteous with me? It'll be hypocritical if you continue to be so courteous." Shangguan Lingxiu could not help but chuckle, regaining her usual candid self as she said, "All right, I'll accept it. Young brother Yun, I'll remember this favor." Yunyang smiled and said, "The Shangguan family of generals has given me great honor by accepting my gift. However, Sister Lingxiu, you can't train them like this anymore from now on. Mystical qi cultivation is the priority. You'll also have to pay attention to the heaven and earth treasures, mystical stones and mystical crystals that can increase mystical qi. Right, mystical beast meat as well, it's an indispensable staple supplement for them. This is very important to cultivators who cultivate high-level mystical qi. It can't be neglected." Shangguan Lingxiu nodded heavily and said through gritted teeth, "I understand. Yunyang, if the Shangguan family of generals can regain its glory in the future, it's all thanks to you tonight." "Sister Lingxiu, you're exaggerating." Yunyang smiled calmly. "If so, I'll take my leave. You should go back earlier as well, you don't have to work so hard in the future. Sai, you might have to work even harder in the future because the financial resources needed to provide for these children's cultivation will be an astronomical figure. You have to be mentally prepared." "Thank you." Shangguan Lingxiu stood up and bowed to Yunyang respectfully. Yunyang laughed and turned to leave leisurely. His long silhouette disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Shangguan Lingxiu sighed softly, looking at the direction where Yunyang had disappeared. Then, her expression returned to its original hard calmness as she hollered, "Come here. Nephews, we're going home." "Really, really?" "Yes, really. In the future, you don't have to work so hard, and you don't have to come here to train your courage." "Really? Wow. That's great." The 6 little guys cheered and hugged each other. Shangguan Lingxiu was delighted to see the 6 little fellows so happy. He clutched the secret manual tightly in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. In the future, it will be better. The Shangguan family of generals would recover. "Yunyang, thank you." By the time Yunyang returned to the residence of Yun, the sky was already beginning to brighten. The truth was not as coincidental as what Yunyang had told Shangguan Lingxiu. In fact, Yunyang had been watching everything that happened in the Shangguan family of generals for the entire day. This included the 6 children being woken up in the early morning before the sun had even risen to train. First, it was breathing exercises, then long-distance running with weights, followed by various physical exercises. After everything was done, the east was only slightly pale. Yunyang was speechless at the amount of effort he had put in. However, that was just the beginning. What followed was all sorts of training to fully stretch their muscles and bones. Only then did they begin with long and short weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, as well as archery and horsemanship. there was only an hour in the afternoon that was considered a break. However, it was during this break that the children had to read military books and memorize classic battle examples while resting, accompanied by questions from time to time. What could be done to avoid this defeat? What could be done to turn defeat into victory under such circumstances? What could be done to preserve one's strength under such circumstances? Would one choose to retreat and preserve one's strength or fight to the death under such circumstances? Once the answer was wrong, it would be a punishment. Yunyang felt a twinge of jealousy in his heart. These were only a few children. The oldest was only 9 years old while the youngest was only 6. Such training, or rather, such an atmosphere of survival, was simply too cruel. After dinner and a short rest, Shangguan Lingxiu brought them out again to the red light district of the Field of Chaos to find gangsters to fight and practice actual combat, experiencing the uncertainty of life and death. In the dead of the night, it was still not a complete rest. Instead, they were brought to the mass grave to train their courage. What the children had experienced throughout the day sent chills down Yunyang's spine, chilling him to the core. This was a day for the children of a family of generals. Yunyang sighed at the sky. Looking at the female elders in the residence of Shangguan and the numerous memorial tablets in the Shangguan Ancestral Hall, Yunyang could not help but sigh. This was the sacrifice of a family of generals. Of course, Yunyang understood why they had to do this. They did not want to torture these children on purpose. These children were their own flesh and blood. It could even be said that they loved these children more than anyone else. Yet, they had to do so. In addition, even if they felt that the training was extremely cruel, they could not prevent something even crueler from happening. These children's destinies and future were already determined when they were born. They would be trained hard since they were young, without a single good day. When they grew up, they would find a wife and settle down. Then, they would go to the battlefield. In the end, they would die on the battlefield. They would return with their dead bodies on the battlefield. This was the journey of their lives. Looking at the sorrow in the eyes of the widows and widows when they looked at their children, Yunyang knew that they had long seen this day. Just like what Shangguan Lingxiu had said, no matter how much the military respected the Shangguan family of generals, once they were on the battlefield, they would never allow the descendants of the Shangguan family of generals to survive and rise again. Once that day came, it would be their own nightmare. Since the beginning of time, the legends of the so-called loyal family of generals had always ended up with no descendants, their families broken and dead. There had never been an exception. Without exception. What a tragic fate this is. Why would a family of loyal and meritorious officials meet such a cruel fate? Is this the fate of a general, the reward for doing my best to protect the country? Standing in the morning breeze, Yunyang pondered for a long time. Could the tragedy of the Shangguan family of generals be avoided with Shangguan Lingxiu's current efforts? It was absolutely impossible. Once they stepped into the battlefield, life and death were but a matter of moments. The descendants of the Shangguan family of generals had always been the focus of the enemy. Only when this focus was gone would the others be at ease. Let me give you a hand. Yunyang said faintly, the family of meritorious officials who have shed their blood for the country shouldn't end their bloodline. The Nine Heavens dictum was suddenly bustling with activity as all sorts of news began to pour in. All the important officials in the imperial court are suddenly attacking the military. This is sudden, without any prior signs. There seems to be something wrong with His Majesty's health. He doesn't look too well these days. I suggest that we pay attention. Many of the minor crimes committed by some of the middle and lower level officers are being exaggerated, and their wrongdoings are being pursued with the intention of being punished harshly. There are already 17 assistant generals being imprisoned. I think there must be a big reason behind this. Other than the crown prince, the princes are all close to the civil officials and distant from the military generals. The signs are getting more and more obvious. It looks like the two old marshals of the military are still able to control the situation, but in some minor aspects, they are beginning to retreat. This is not a good sign. Old he is currently bedridden. The Crown Prince has gone to visit him personally while His Majesty the Emperor has also visited him. There is no follow-up news regarding the incident of that day. It's gradually becoming inconclusive. The closest generals from various countries have arrived within 500 miles of Tiantang City. A few of the people from the Towering Wind Pavilion that the Supreme Lord wants to investigate have appeared so far, but Shui Wuyin hasn't appeared. It's suspected that he has left Tiantang City. We're currently expanding the search area. Recently, there have been countless martial world figures of unknown origins entering Tiantang City and disappearing into the streets. Should we investigate further? The grassland has been lush this year and its combat power is at its peak. This subordinate estimates that the day of war is not far away. Dongxian, Daiyuan, Tianxi, and the other empires are preparing for war, using the entire nation's strength to transport rations. It's said to the public that it's to replenish the national treasury to deal with the legendary drought, but the real purpose is, Yunyang opened the nine heavens dictum. Dense, messy news spilled out one after another. After reading through the information, Yunyang could immediately sense the unique smell of war. The military's channels of information regarding the movements of the empires were far more than what he possessed. The imperial court must have long known about the news that he had received. However, with His Majesty the Emperor's intelligence and wisdom, he had yet to react. It was not unusual. The military was only relying on the three marshals, Qiu Jianhan, Leng Daoyin, and Tai Zheng to appeal. They were weak, and the court officials were obstructing them. The situation was not optimistic at all. What puzzled Yunyang the most was none other than the attitude of the court officials. Even if the literati disliked war and hated the military, even if the politicians suppressed the military in order to gain power, could they not see that the nation's safety was at stake? Why were most people so anti-war? It was strange indeed. Yunyang did not believe that the court officials were all short-sighted or blinded by the desire for power. His gaze lingered on the movements of the literati for a long time as he pondered, could this be related to He Hanqing? Could the hand that has been manipulating the empire of Yutang, or at least Tiantang City, be He Hanqing himself? What about His Majesty the Emperor? What's wrong with him? Yunyang felt his head swell as he pondered. Chapter 148. I'm afraid I'll have to find out for myself. Yunyang made up his mind and replied to a few of the important messages before putting the nine heavens dictum aside. He then began to focus on his cultivation to increase his ability. Another day and night passed. Fang Mafei and Lao Mei, who had gotten used to Yunyang's silence during this period of time, were now going about their own business as usual. Occasionally, they would glance at Yunyang's room, their gazes filled with worry. Perhaps in the entire world, only the two of them knew how much pressure their young master was under right now. It was a weight that was beyond anyone's imagination. When Yunyang walked out of the room once more, he saw Fang Mafei looking at him with a hesitant look. What is it? Yunyang gave him a sideways glance. Speak your mind. Fang Mafei hesitated for a long time before he finally said, nothing much. Yunyang frowned and wiped his face with a towel, saying calmly, was it your three sworn brothers with the surname Hu or the concourse of the underworld? Fang Mafei chuckled bitterly. Yunyang nodded. The concourse of the underworld, is it? Did they ask you to kill someone? Or did they ask you to leave me and return to the martial world? Fang Mafei sighed deeply and said, it was one of the 10 court kings who came to Tiantang this time. I don't know how he found me and asked me to leave this place. Yunyang's expression did not change. What about you? Of course I won't leave young master. Fang Mafei said hesitantly, but Lord King Qingguang's methods are impeccable. I'm afraid it will bring trouble to young master. Yun Yang said faintly, when your Lord King Qingguang arrives, tell him that I want to meet him. Fang Mafei replied, yes. For some reason, Fang Mafei's heart calmed down upon hearing Yun Yang's words. Although his young master's mystical skill was still very weak, Fang Mafei was suddenly relieved. He was filled with endless confidence in his young master. If his young master said it was possible, it would definitely be possible. If his young master was confident, it would definitely be done. You don't have to follow me today. I'm going somewhere alone. Yun Yang said, you can cultivate at home. The earlier I break through to the 8th peak, the better. Yes, young master. Have you already broken through? Fang Mafei looked at the divine glow on Yun Yang's face and asked doubtfully, the 5th peak? Yun Yang smiled faintly and did not answer, walking out the door. The 5th peak. Yun Yang had already broken through to this level a few days ago. During this period of time, his fog of cloud, mystique wind, and starfire mystique skills had all broken through to the 5th stage. Thunder Crash Conjuration and Art of Crimson Soul had also broken through to the 3rd stage. These mystical cultivation methods and mystical skills were Yun Yang's greatest reliance at the moment. However, the price to pay for this was, all the cultivation resources that he had accumulated previously were used up once again. Profound stones, profound crystals, fine jade. Profound cores, heavenly treasures. Right now, Yun Yang felt that he was a typical pauper. Other than gold and silver notes, he had nothing else. He was so poor that he only had money left. Yun Yang went out. A gentle breeze blew past and quietly entered the palace. Then, he appeared once more, but this time, he returned to his residence of Yun. Yun Yang frowned and thought for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and went out again, sprinting towards the marshal's residence. Along the way, he had sensed several times that someone was following him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the stalker. The residence of Yun was not far from Marshal Qiu's residence. In less than an hour, Yun Yang had already arrived at the gates of the marshal's residence. Please report that Marquis Yun's son, Yun Yang, is grateful for old Sir's concern and has come today to express his gratitude. Yun Yang was courteous and refined. Please wait a moment, young Master Yun. The guard's reply was equally respectful. After all, the name of Tiantang City's young Master Yun had already spread throughout Yutong and was well known throughout the world. Who did not know of him? If it had been someone else, perhaps they would have felt uncomfortable that they were relying on Ling Xiaozui's reputation to intimidate others. However, Yun Yang was not one to feel uncomfortable. He didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. On the contrary, he was looking forward to some other adventure. It would be even better if he could find another one that he could use as a tiger's skin. For example, Dugu Cho or someone else. Such experts were legends and myths. It would not be too much even if 8 to 10 of them came every day. Use your reputations to suppress these demons for me so that I have time to plan my affairs. This bastard actually dares to come. Hearing Yun Yang's name, old Marshal Qiu was instantly enraged. He had nowhere to vent the pent-up anger that had been building up in the imperial court for the past few days. This fellow had delivered himself to his doorstep. He was the perfect punching bag. Get that brat to roll in here. The old marshal roared angrily. This sentence almost made the reporting guard laugh out loud. Yun Yang was still calm when he rolled in. Greetings, old sir. It's been a long time since we parted that day. Old sir looks even better than before. What a joyous occasion. This is Yutong's fortune, the world's fortune. Old Marshal Qiu's face darkened, almost suffocating from the compliment. It's good enough that your father hasn't been angered to death by you. This bastard, how dare he say it's been a long time. This old man has been there 3 times. The first time you avoided me, the second and third time you died in bed, unable to even open your eyes. How could this old man have met you? How dare you say that? What fortune? It's Yutong's fortune that this old man is alive and well, it's a fortune to the world as well. Other than the empire of Yutong, which empire on the continent doesn't wish for this old man to die early? What are you doing here, child? Old Marshal Qiu sat on the armchair and slanted a glance at the child. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that this fellow's handsome face was detestable. He could not help but say viciously, "You're a man, but you have such a pretty face that's softer than a woman's. Aren't you embarrassed to walk around the city with it every day?" Yunyang grinned. "You're right. I also think that I'm too good-looking, making too many people feel ashamed of themselves. However, I can't be blamed for this. Honestly, I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but I've actually wanted to disfigure my face for a long time now." The old marshal was exasperated. "Spit it out if you have something to say." I'll do it now." Yunyang chuckled before his expression turned unprecedentedly serious. The old marshal's heart sank when he saw Yunyang's expression. By the looks of it, this child, did he really have something to say? "It's like this, old marshal. I wonder if you've noticed that His Majesty isn't quite himself during this period of time?" Yunyang asked after considering his words. "What?" The old marshal sat up straight, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. He stared at Yunyang without blinking. "What are you trying to say?" Yunyang coughed. "It's not that I want to say, but," as he spoke, Yunyang looked left and right, staring at the door. The old marshal did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You've already exposed too much with your previous words, and now you're thinking of keeping it a secret? No one dares to eavesdrop on this old man here." Xiao Jianhan snorted. What was it that made this fellow act so mysteriously? Thinking of this, the old marshal could not help but feel nervous. Well, didn't Ling Xiaozui enter the palace a few days ago? Yunyang thought about it and felt that it was best to push Ling Xiaozui out. This fellow's reputation was naturally the best choice to be the scapegoat, especially at such a critical juncture. Moreover, he had just entered the palace once, and he had a very good relationship with her. It was just right, logical, and a perfect match. The old marshal was tactful, his expression turning anxious. "What did he find out?" "He told me after he went back that although he had only met His Majesty once, he could see that His Majesty's health is very poor. If he doesn't treat His Majesty soon, I'm afraid that His Majesty's life will be in a few months' time." Yunyang lowered his voice. Boom! The old marshal kicked his chair over in shock, almost falling to the ground. His face was pale as he stared at Yunyang, speechless. "Old marshal, don't be agitated. Ling Xiaozui said this, not me," Yunyang explained hurriedly. "Is this true?" Xiao Jianhan asked word by word. Suddenly, a murderous aura that resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surged from him. No wonder His Majesty's face has turned grey recently. This old man thought that it was due to exhaustion. "How dare you?" Yunyang lowered his head and did not speak. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. It was better to remain silent. Since Sir Ling can see through it, then. The old marshal grabbed Yunyang's hand and asked anxiously. He left 3 pills behind, but he didn't say that they would be effective. After all, it was only a glimpse, the results were too little. Yunyang said nervously, "But the consequences of this matter are too important. It's really hard for me to find someone else to discuss this with." "You actually want to discuss this with someone else?" Xiao Jianhan's eyes widened as he paced around the room with a grim expression. Finally, he waved his hand and said resolutely, "It's better to believe that it's true than not. Let's go, follow me to the palace immediately." Yunyang was shocked. "But You have no choice but to enter the palace. The old marshal's expression was grim. Whether Ling Xiaozui's words were true or not, whether the pills are real or fake, and even whether the 3 pills you mentioned are medicine or poison, all of these depend on you. It's impossible for you to leave just like that. Yunyang pulled a long face. I've said that I'm not going to get involved in this matter, I'm not going to do anything about it. Sigh, I've been harmed by that old man this time. As he spoke, he was dragged out of the hall by Qiu Jianhan, a series of orders ringing in his ears. Prepare the horse. No, prepare the carriage. Enter the palace. Quick, quick, quick. Chapter 149. It was only when the palanquin was nearing the palace that the old marshal's ragged breathing finally calmed down a little. Child, I'm asking you one last time. Is this true? Qiu Jianhan looked at Yunyang seriously. We haven't entered the palace yet, there's still time. There's still room for negotiation. But once you enter the imperial palace, if you make any careless mistakes, your little life will be gone no matter what. This nephew is a popinjay, but this is a serious matter that concerns the fate of the nation. How can I lie? This is absolutely true, Yunyang said righteously. Don't mention popinjays. Qiu Jianhan looked like he was in a pinch. Whenever something happened, this fellow would pin the word popinjay on himself first, as if it was the best thing he could rely on. That was enough. Is being a popinjay so useful? Do you think this old man can't tell that you're pretending to be a popinjay? He kicked Yunyang's butt with a loud thud. Cut the nonsense. Follow your father in. With the old marshal's status, his journey to meet the emperor was unimpeded. After reporting, both of them arrived at the royal study without a hitch. His Majesty's yellow silhouette was standing in front of the Empire of Yutong's territory map, a memorial in his hand. His brows were tightly furrowed and the atmosphere was heavy. Old Qiu, you're here. Seeing Qiu Jianhan enter, His Majesty did not put on airs as usual. He sighed and began to complain, the flood of East River is wreaking havoc, millions of people have lost their homes. Old Qiu, it looks like, the situation. As he spoke, he saw that Yunyang had entered as well. He could not help being surprised and said, "You're here too." Yunyang pretended to be shocked and he heard the old marshal and put on an extremely surprised expression. "This. Uncle Yu? Your Majesty, this." The old marshal slapped the back of his head and said angrily, still pretending. "Speak properly. Speak properly." His Majesty guffawed and waved his hand, saying, "We're not strangers, let's talk about family matters. Someone, give us a seat." Seeing the two of them sitting down, His Majesty the Emperor stood up and frowned. This flood from the east of the river. It was really unexpected. It was too sudden. There was no way to deal with it. The sudden flooding of the old Dragon River is most likely related to the series of torrential rains that occurred some time ago. The water level rose again and again until it finally caused the dam to burst. 36 districts on the other side were affected. It is truly a natural disaster. The old marshal sighed. However, to the empire, this natural disaster is like adding snow to snow. What did the empire's Ministry of Revenue say? Did they give any corresponding regulations? What rules can there be? It's just saying that the national treasury is empty, and even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. His Majesty rubbed the space between his eyebrows and sighed deeply. There are only 3 million taels of silver left in the national treasury, but this was originally intended to be used as a reward for the soldiers of the eastern frontier. This also includes a lot of military pay. Just the reward alone is far from enough, not to mention anything else. The Ministry of Revenue proposed that if we want to quickly quell the flood and stabilize the people's hearts, we need to first use this portion of silver for disaster relief. We won't reward the army for now, we should first help the millions of victims. Even so, it's still a drop in the bucket, far from enough. The old marshal's straight brows creased into a frown. He could not help saying, "Your Majesty, this can't be done. The soldiers are fighting and bleeding at the front lines, fighting for the country, dying 100 lives. If there isn't even basic compensation, or even insufficient military pay, wouldn't it disappoint the soldiers? Who would be willing to give their all on the battlefield then? Who would be willing to risk their lives? Your Majesty, please reconsider." His Majesty rubbed the space between his eyebrows again and said, "Of course I know this, but the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice now. Not only did the Ministry of Revenue say so, I can only say so as well." Qiu Jinhan's frown deepened. Looking at the emperor, he felt that something was amiss. His Majesty had always acted with an iron fist, swift and decisive. In the past, when faced with such matters, his solution was swift and decisive. He always had a way to make the entire imperial court submit. However, why was the response so weak this time? It was as if he was powerless and could only sigh helplessly. "I know that such a forceful recruitment will disappoint the soldiers, but this is an urgent matter. It's urgent to solve the flood problem. Perhaps, it's not difficult to think of a way to solve it." His Majesty rubbed the space between his brows, visibly troubled. "However, I really don't want to do this, it's too troublesome." The old marshal and his Majesty were talking. Yun Yang, on the other hand, had been observing the royal study from the moment he entered the room. As a place where his Majesty read through memorials and even gathered his close officials to discuss matters, the royal study was too ordinary. There were almost no decorations. Hence, Yun Yang had only seen 2 paintings when he first entered the room. One of them was on the wall to the left of his Majesty's chair. It was a scene of wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, water, and fire surging, and the earth churning. It looked like the atmosphere was strange, as if the heaven and earth had appeared at the same time, like the end of the world. However, Yun Yang knew that this painting represented the 9 Supremes. Its true meaning was nothing more than the 9 Supremes descending into the world and gathering in Yutong. His Majesty had actually placed a painting of the 9 Supremes here. Yun Yang could not help but feel a jolt in his heart. As for the other painting, it was behind his Majesty's chair. This painting made Yun Yang stare at it for a long time, almost unwilling to move his eyes away. The scene in the painting was obviously in the royal study. A young man stood tall with his hands behind his back, his head slightly raised as his eyes stared into the distance. This person was dressed in a bright yellow robe, embroidered with a few golden dragons bearing their fangs and claws. This caused the young man in the image to exude an air of nobility. The young man's face was gentle yet strong, his gaze was deep and brooding, as if he had seen the suffering of the people in the world. There was a clear sense of pity in his eyes. The bright yellow robe with the golden dragon's claws, this was the crown prince's uniform. Was the person in the painting the current crown prince? However, the person in the painting was clearly not the crown prince. He had seen the crown prince before, but Yun Yang was certain that he had never seen this person before. However, for some reason, Yun Yang, who had never seen this person before, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him. It was as if the person had melded into his bloodline. Especially that pair of eyes. It was as if they had seen into his heart. Yun Yang felt his heartbeat quicken as he stared at the painting. His vision blurred as a sense of dizziness rose within him. A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Yun Yang suddenly recalled that day when he was on the brink of death. While he was unconscious, he seemed to have seen a few brothers on the road. The one leading them was the eldest, Supreme Earth. He had not worn a mask then. He had just looked at him, his gaze filled with love and compassion, as well as the doting trust he had for his brothers. Then, he had kicked Yun Yang and scolded, "Go back. Don't ever come back again. His face, his aura, his gaze, and his expression were exactly the same as the person in the painting. Eldest? Yun Yang's heart was in turmoil as the two words popped up in his mind. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. Suddenly, there was a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The old marshal and His Majesty the Emperor were discussing matters with a frown when they heard the sound beside them. Looking towards the source of the sound, it was Yun Yang spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Both of them were shocked. Upon closer inspection, they saw that Yun Yang's face was as white as a sheet of paper and his body was swaying. The old marshal was quick to catch him. His Majesty the Emperor was shocked as well, asking, "What's wrong with this child?" Qiu Jianhan sighed. "This little fellow. I don't know why, but he went berserk in his cultivation a few days ago. He almost fainted and laid unconscious on the bed for a few days. He's only been able to move for a few days now. I guess his old ailment has been triggered before he could recover." His Majesty the Emperor asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yun Yang caught his breath and chuckled humorlessly. After cultivating to recover, he said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. It's just that my meridians were out of balance and triggered the blood clots accumulated in my body. I couldn't hold it in and dirted Your Majesty's study. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." "Sigh, there's nothing wrong with being injured." His Majesty the Emperor waved his hand nonchalantly. "But you're really something. Why are you running around instead of resting at home when you're so severely injured? I'll summon the imperial physician to take a closer look at you later. Don't leave any lingering ailments." Yun Yang grinned. "I just can't sit still, haha." Yun Yang's churning qi and blood had been suppressed and color had returned to his pale face. Only the waves of shock in his heart had yet to calm down. It was his eldest brother's portrait. It was Supreme Earth's portrait. However, why would Supreme Earth's portrait be hung here? Furthermore, why was his eldest brother wearing the crown prince's robe? Yun Yang felt like the universe had exploded in his mind. He could vaguely guess what was going on, but he could not put his finger on it. Looking at His Majesty's face that was 80% similar to the one in the portrait, Yun Yang's heart was surging with emotions, unable to calm down. The old marshal glanced at Yun Yang curiously and could not help coughing when he saw that Yun Yang seemed to be in a daze. He had entered the palace today because of the information provided by this fellow. He was counting on him to speak and solve the mystery himself, but he had actually become mute at the crucial moment of entering the palace. "Your father has spent so much effort to bring you into the palace, I've even taken off my pants and you're only letting your father see this?" Yun Yang coughed and forced himself to retract his thoughts. He glanced at Qiu Jianhan and signaled with his eyes. Qiu Jianhan felt like his stomach was about to explode from the old marshal's glance. Did this bastard not hear a single word that he had said earlier? This old man has been wrangling here for so long and all I've done is waste a few mouthfuls of saliva. If they were not in the royal study, old Marshal Qiu felt that he would definitely press this child down, pull down his pants and spank his bottom. If his bottom was not broken, he would never be able to vent his anger. Chapter 150. Qiu Jianhan was inwardly angry, but he could only play along with Yun Yang. Despite his discomfort, his expression turned sour. With a dark expression, he said, "Why does this old official not quite understand what Your Majesty is saying? Your Majesty is in the prime of your life. Even if you have overworked yourself with the affairs of the nation, you might feel tired for a moment, but why would you feel powerless?" His Majesty rubbed the area between his brows again and said somberly, "I've been feeling uneasy lately, unable to sleep at night." Yun Yang's eyes stared unblinkingly at the spot between the emperor's brows. Why did His Majesty like to rub the area between his brows so much? How could he not know that the old marshal was reminding him? However, it was obvious that His Majesty had not been paying attention to anything recently. Even the wise and intelligent His Majesty did not understand the deeper meaning of the old marshal's question. He did not even notice the tone of Qiu Jianhan's words, let alone the fact that Qiu Jianhan did not look too good when he spoke. This was not normal at all. Yunyang coughed and said, "Your Majesty has been rubbing the area between your brows with your hand. Do you feel that your brain is in pain?" Qiu Jianhan turned around abruptly, his gaze trained on the spot between the emperor's brows. As an official, it was taboo to look at the emperor directly or at the same level, what more to focus on the emperor's vitals. Even the closest official was no exception. However, the old marshal could not care less about this taboo now. Although he had felt that the emperor had rubbed the area between his brows a little more often, he did not think that there was anything wrong with it. After all, His Majesty had developed this habit since a few years ago. He had long forgotten when he had developed this habit. "Yes, I do feel that the area between my brows is bloated. It's very uncomfortable. I feel muddle-headed all day, only wanting to sleep. However, when I really go to bed, I can't fall asleep. I keep feeling that the affairs of the nation are bothering me. It's better not to sleep." His Majesty was troubled as he continued to rub the area between his brows. It was as if the action of rubbing the space between his eyebrows had become an instinctive reaction that was not controlled by his brain. Yunyang replied, "I see. Your Majesty must have been overly worried about the affairs of the nation and overworked yourself. Adding these two factors together, it's inevitable that you'll suffer too much. However, Your Majesty's massage may not have any effect. This nephew has learned some relaxation techniques from a stranger. How about this nephew be bold enough to massage Your Majesty?" As he spoke, he winked at old Marshal Qiu. Qiu Jianhan understood and said, "It's rare for this child to have such filial piety. Your Majesty, why don't you let him try? This is probably a junior of your nephew's generation who can show some filial piety. How could the body of His Majesty the Emperor be touched by just anyone? Not to mention the head. If there was even the slightest mistake, then it would definitely be a monstrous disaster, a disaster that could wipe out the entire clan." It could be said that Qiu Jianhan was taking a huge risk by saying this. If Yunyang really had second thoughts, not only would Yunyang himself be implicated after today, he, the person who had spoken up to persuade him, would also be implicated. By then, his entire family would be executed without a doubt. Very well. His Majesty the Emperor put down his hand and closed his eyes tiredly, slumping down on the chair. Yunyang walked to his back and extended his fingers, gently placing his left and right index fingers on both sides of His Majesty's temples. The endless divine art began to circulate quietly. Qiu Jianhan stood upright and leaned forward slightly, his eyes staring at Yunyang's hand without blinking. If Yunyang made any strange movements, the old marshal would definitely kill him without hesitation. Although he trusted Yunyang 100%, he was still on tenterhooks. Yunyang's endless divine art had only circulated one round in the Emperor's meridians before his expression grew increasingly grim. Looking at Yunyang's expression, the old marshal's heart sank as well. When Yunyang retracted his fingers, His Majesty the Emperor had already fallen into a deep slumber. Perhaps this was the only high-quality afternoon nap that the monarch of a country had had in the past few years. "How is it?" the old marshal asked anxiously. "It's exactly as Ling Xiaozue said." Yunyang sucked in a deep breath. His Majesty's current physical condition is already very bad. The main reason should be the consumption of one or a few strange poisons over the years. Otherwise, how could it have caused such a disorder in his meridians? His Majesty's cultivation base has progressed and his mystical qi hasn't been drained at all. It's all stored deep within his dantian. Perhaps this is the main reason why His Majesty doesn't think much of it. What he doesn't know is that although mystical qi can still flow through his meridians, they're already riddled with holes and broken into pieces. Such a situation is manifested in a state where even he himself won't notice it. However, once the poison accumulates to the point of eruption, or when he suddenly fights the enemy, his meridians will break inch by inch because they can't bear the burden. His body will then die immediately because his mystical qi has nowhere to vent. Yun Yang's voice was heavy. As for the discomfort between his brows, it's the only external manifestation of the poison. However, this manifestation also means that the poison is slowly invading His Majesty's brain. The old marshal's eyes widened as he listened. Is it that serious? Yun Yang sighed. The poison was invading the brain. Even though the old marshal was not versed in the art of poison, he was still frightened by what he heard. His Majesty's action of rubbing the area between his brows had started a few years ago. Just thinking about how far the poison had gone after such a long period of time sent chills down his spine. Can he still be saved? The old marshal's voice was trembling as he uttered these words. What we can do now is to do our best and leave it to fate. Yun Yang said, I've checked on His Majesty's internal condition just now. It's not optimistic at all. The 3 pills left by Ling Xiaozue, even if they're spiritual medicine, can only alleviate the poison temporarily. It's impossible to cure it completely. The old marshal's gaze was sorrowful. For a moment, he was speechless. He did not even have the time to feel anger. He could only feel an indescribable sorrow, fear, and heartache. Such a wise emperor who had worked so hard for the country and its people, the emperor of Yutang who had worked so hard for the country and its people, had been poisoned silently for years in his own palace. It was horrifying to think about it. The cultivation method I'm cultivating is different, it helps to expel the poison and recover. Yun Yang gritted his teeth. But I can't enter the palace often. If old Marshal can think of a way to send His Majesty to the residence of Yun or the residence of Marshal every half a month, I can come and help with the cleansing with my mystical qi. Together with the 3 spiritual medicines, there might still be a sliver of hope. Yun Yang's words were not meant to ease the old marshal's heart. When he was inspecting His Majesty just now, Yun Yang had unexpectedly realized that his endless divine art was like a nemesis to the unknown poison. Wherever the endless divine art's energy was channeled to, the poison there would automatically avoid it. As for the parts that could not be avoided, they would be completely eliminated, just like pouring boiling soup on snow. However, no matter how miraculous the endless divine art was, the poison in His Majesty's body had already spread throughout his meridians. With only 1 or 2 cleansing sessions, even if Yun Yang's divine art cultivation base were to increase by another level, it would still be a drop in the bucket. It would not help the situation at all. Right now, he could only pin his hopes on more cleansing sessions and the vitality provided by Emmy. Only then would there be a sliver of hope to remove the poison. Old Marshal Chio's eyes shone. It's great that there's a way. Leave these matters to this old man. You just have to help with the treatment. Yun Yang said, Yun Yang is duty-bound to do this, but I still have to pay attention to His Majesty's meals and living environment in the future. Although I can't be sure if the poison that is harming His Majesty originates from the food or some common item, I can't let the unknown poison continue to harm His Majesty. Otherwise, there's no cure to speak of. Xiao Jianhan's eyes glinted coldly. This must be the conspiracy of the traitor. It must be eliminated as soon as possible. Yun Yang was shocked. This can't be done like this. Xiao Jianhan frowned, his expression fierce. Why? Are we going to let the traitor do as he pleases? Yun Yang chuckled bitterly. Capturing the culprit directly and asking him to hand over the antidote would solve the problem once and for all. However, this method is out of the question. It's something we can only hope for but not achieve. Why not? The old man's temper flared as he glared at Yun Yang. Think about it, old Marshal. The traitor can poison the palace and do it secretly for so many years without being discovered. What does this mean? What does it mean? Yunyang said, this in itself is an extremely terrifying thing. Firstly, the person who can poison the palace must be an expert among experts. Secondly, there must be someone behind this. Thirdly, the country is in a crisis now. It can't withstand such turmoil. His Majesty's body can't withstand such turmoil as well. Yunyang chuckled bitterly. I only have one question for Old Marshal. If, and I'm only saying if, the mastermind behind this is His Highness the Crown Prince, what will Old Marshal do? If Her Majesty is found to be the culprit, what will Old Marshal do? Old Marshal Qiu was dumbstruck, obviously stunned by Yunyang's bold speculation. Old Marshal, do you know how many people around His Highness the Crown Prince is advising him? Do you know how many forces are involved in this? Do you know how large of an interest group it is that surrounds the Crown Prince? As for Her Majesty the Empress or the concubines in the palace, how large of an interest group do they have around them? What's more, if the expert who poisoned the palace is found and he's an unparalleled expert who is unrivaled, what should we do? Ling Xiaozui can enter and exit Yutang's palace so easily. Isn't it because of his profound cultivation base that he's unparalleled in the world? Chapter 151. There will be 6 updates today. Please support me. All my sincerity is in the update, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 152. Old Marshal Qiu was silent for a moment before he suddenly heaved a long sigh towards the sky. The feeling of being powerless even though he seemed to have the strength to do so had almost caused this invincible marshal who had fought his entire life to break down instantly. It was true that he could not do it now. If this matter were to be exposed, the empire of Yutang would be torn apart immediately. Yunyang's words were vague, but how could the old marshal, who was experienced in the ways of the world, not hear the underlying meaning? What did it mean to be able to poison the emperor in a place like the palace for so many years without anyone noticing? What did it mean? It was indeed terrifying to think about it. The old marshal sat aside in silence, his teeth chattering, hating the heavens for being blind and the earth for not having a handle. After a long, long time, His Majesty slowly woke up. His first instinct when he opened his eyes was to raise his hand to rub the space between his brows. However, he stopped abruptly as his eyes shone brightly. His eyes stared straight at Yunyang, exuding an expression of extreme joy. Yunyang, your massage technique is amazing. I don't feel as uncomfortable anymore. Besides, I had a good sleep just now. I feel like my mind is much clearer. This is probably the best sleep I've had recently. Yunyang smiled and said, if your Majesty likes it, this nephew can nurse your Majesty's body at any time. It's my duty. Huh. His Majesty laughed heartily and nodded. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. The old marshal's expression was grim as he said, Yunyang, this has nothing to do with you now. This old man will have someone send you out of the palace. This old man still has something to discuss with His Majesty. Yunyang knew that what the old marshal was about to discuss with His Majesty was a matter that could shake the nation. It was obviously inappropriate for him to sit here. Besides, it was also the old marshal's intention to protect him. He stood up immediately and said, this nephew shall take his leave then. Farewell, your Majesty. His Majesty looked at Yunyang with admiration and said, very well. Come to the palace often when you're free in the future. I'm lonely sometimes. Yes, your Majesty. Yunyang agreed. When he retreated to the door, he could not help but ask, may I ask your Majesty if the portrait behind your Majesty is of your Majesty when you were young? He's so handsome. The Emperor abruptly closed his eyes and felt a piercing pain suddenly rise from his heart. His rosy face suddenly turned pale. Qiu Jianhan bellowed, how dare you? Do you think the things in His Majesty's study are something you can simply ask about? As he fumed, he shot Yun Yang a meaningful look. His Majesty closed his eyes, waved his hand, and said in a deep voice, "It's all right, it's all right. The person in the portrait is my." His Majesty's voice was hoarse, but he did not continue. He said in a low voice, "Go, take care, Your Majesty," Yun Yang said with a lowered head. He retreated. Even when Yun Yang had left the palace, His Majesty was still standing in a daze, feeling waves of heartache. Just now, when Yun Yang left, he had told His Majesty to take care. It had sent waves of emotions through the Emperor's heart. He could hear the sincerity in these words. However, it was this sincerity that immediately reminded His Majesty of his eldest son, Supreme Earth. When the latter was on his last mission, the latter had knelt before him and said, "Father, take care." The deep affection and attachment when he said those words. This child only looks like a person, but his mind is very simple. He's really not very sensible. Old Marshal Chiu coughed and said, "I'll teach him a good lesson when we get back." His Majesty waved his hand and stopped the old marshal's words, saying seriously, "Old Chiu, this is a good child." His Majesty's Adam's apple bobbed as he uttered word by word in a low voice, "Good child. Good child." These 3 words were what he had always wanted to say to his son who was Supreme Earth, but until his son's death, he had not been able to say it. But now, he was finally able to say these 3 words. At this moment, the bitterness and sorrow in His Majesty's heart had almost formed an ocean. My child is the best of the best. The person in the portrait is my. Although His Majesty did not finish his words, Yun Yang understood everything. He felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his head. His gaze towards His Majesty had turned cordial as well. This was his eldest son's father. That was why he couldn't help but say, "Take care, Your Majesty." Even when he was on his way out of the palace, Yun Yang still felt dizzy. Just as Yun Yang stepped out of the palace, he saw a person standing in front of him. His scattered thoughts gathered abruptly. Young Master Yun is too kind. The person in front of him was someone he had met once before, Han Wufei from the Crown Prince's residence. Yun Yang glanced at him and frowned, saying faintly, "I remember your name. Han Wufei, the advisor of the Crown Prince's residence, am I right? What's the matter?" Han Wufei answered politely, "This lowly one is here on the Crown Prince's order to invite young Master Yun over for a chat." Yun Yang said, "I've never met His Highness the Crown Prince. Why is he looking for me?" Han Wufei was impatient when he heard him and said, "Of course His Highness the Crown Prince has something to discuss with young Master Yun." He did not have a good impression of Yun Yang to begin with. Now that he heard this fellow grumbling about the Crown Prince's invitation, he was infuriated. Yun Yang's gaze turned cold as he said coldly, "The Marquis of Heavenly Cloud's lineage has never been involved in politics. I myself am an idle man, a popinjay. What can His Highness the Crown Prince have to discuss with me? It's futile and useless. What's the point of meeting me?" Yun Yang had made his stance clear, making it clear that he did not want to be involved in the prince's fight for the throne. The Marquis of Heavenly Cloud's lineage was indeed superior, almost above all the other nobles. Logically speaking, Han Wufei should have given up and turned to leave. Han Wufei said faintly, "Young Master Yun's words are wrong. His Highness the Crown Prince is the monarch, we are his subjects. How can we not obey His Highness the Crown Prince's summons? Young Master Yun, please make the trip quickly and don't make a mistake." It was obvious that Han Wufei was determined to make Yun Yang meet the Crown Prince. It was also hinting that he would force Yun Yang to do so no matter the cost. Looking at Han Wufei's overbearing attitude, Yun Yang suddenly wore an eerie smile. Han Wufei was confused. Why was this fellow smiling? What was he smiling at? Then, he heard Yun Yang cry out abruptly. What kind of logic is this? You're going to kill me if I don't go? Didn't I say that the Marquis of Heavenly Cloud's lineage doesn't involve itself in politics? Yunyang cried out in shock, his round eyes staring at Han Wufei in rage. Is this a threat? Did His Highness the Crown Prince ask you to threaten me like this? You're going to kill me if I don't go? How can there be such logic in this world? They were near the palace's entrance. While there were no idlers, there were plenty of high officials and officials coming and going. There were also hundreds of guards guarding the palace gate, both openly and covertly. Yun Yang's loud voice reached these people's ears instantly. In an instant, everyone turned around in shock, unable to believe what they had just heard. Politics? The Crown Prince was forcing the Marquis of Heavenly Cloud's lineage? Han Wufei was enraged, but he quickly lowered his voice and said irritably, Yun Yang. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and shut up. Yun Yang's voice grew louder. Why do you want me to shut up? Why do you want me to shut up? I'm the only son of the Marquis of Heavenly Clouds, the next Marquis of Heavenly Clouds. Can't I call for help when I meet a bad guy and am in danger? All of you are going to kill me and you're not even letting me speak. Can't all of you be reasonable? Is the Crown Prince's residence so overbearing? There was no lack of experts among the crowd. Han Wufei had purposely lowered his voice, so not many people had heard what he had said earlier. However, after Yun Yang's sudden shout, they had turned their attention to him immediately, listening to every single movement that had taken place. As for Han Wufei's last sentence, his voice was even softer, but there were already many who had noticed the commotion here. Naturally, many of them had heard him clearly as well. Don't spout nonsense. These people linked the conversation between the two of them and quickly came to a conclusion. They snorted inwardly, you've already threatened him so much and you're still asking him not to speak nonsense. What kind of logic is this to ask him to shut up? The aides of the Crown Prince's residence are indeed overbearing. The gazes from the crowd were like arrows that had been shot at him. Han Wufei looked flustered as he said angrily, nonsense. When did I threaten you? Yun Yang smirked. Why, are you angry now? Do you want to fight me? Han Wufei was enraged as he said loudly, speak clearly. When have I, Han Wufei, ever threatened you? This matter is detrimental to His Highness's reputation. I have to make it clear to you, no matter what. Yun Yang said, may I ask why His Highness is looking for me? For an idler, a popinjay like me? Han Wufei could not help feeling flustered as he looked at the people around him who had their ears perked up. How would I know why His Highness is looking for you? How can we, your subordinates, interfere with His Highness's matters and actions? I've just come out of the palace and His Highness is looking for me. What is it for? I've made my stand clear just now and I can let you report on your mission. Why must I go? Yun Yang asked again. His Highness has great foresight. What he wants to do is important. How can I speculate? The only thing I can do is to complete the task the Crown Prince has entrusted to me, not to report on my mission. Han Wufei snorted coldly. Does this mean that His Highness is looking for me to discuss important matters when I've just come out of the palace? If I hadn't entered the palace, His Highness wouldn't be looking for me to discuss important matters, am I right? Yun Yang continued to steer the topic of conversation towards a place that was miles away from the main topic. The topic was too sensitive. Han Wufei's mouth was parched as he mulled over his words. He was drenched in sweat as he tried his best to reply, His Highness only wants to invite young Master Yun over for a discussion. Even if young Master Yun didn't enter the palace, he would, Yun Yang, have been in Tiantang City for so many years. His Highness hasn't looked for me to discuss anything before, but now he's looking for me to discuss something once I've entered the palace. May I ask what is it about? Other than today's matter, what else does it have to do with an idler like me, a popinjay? Yun Yang refused to budge, keeping the words "I entered the palace, I'm an idler, I'm a popinjay" at the edge of his mouth. Chapter 153. The more the onlookers listened, the weirder their expressions became. Indeed, if the fact that he had just entered the palace aside, it seemed that this young Master Yun was only known as an idler or a popinjay. What was there to discuss with him? It was indeed intriguing and suspicious. There could only be one reason for a person of high status to discuss with a popinjay: the power behind the popinjay. Han Wufei's expression changed gradually. He realized that if he continued to linger on this topic, Yun Yang might end up saying that His Highness the Crown Prince was plotting a rebellion. "Young Master Yun, why do you have to quibble like this? This concerns His Highness the Crown Prince's reputation. Don't make a mistake." Han Wufei hollered coldly. "Don't make a mistake? Is there a new threat? May I ask, if His Highness the Crown Prince had not sent you to find me right after I came out of the palace, how would I have quibbled?" Yun Yang smirked. "Now that you've come to me and threatened me, forcing me to submit and forbidding me to speak, I'll be quibbling as long as I open my mouth to refute. Is that right?" "Yes, as long as I defend myself, I'll tarnish the Crown Prince's reputation. I can't refute this, it's too reasonable." Han Wufei was seething with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "A bite from a thief goes deep into the bone." Yun Yang was shocked. "Now I've become a thief? Even if I did bite you, may I ask, if you didn't come to me, how would I let you go deep into the bone?" Han Wufei wanted to curse His Highness the Crown Prince's sincerity. Yun Yang continued to be surprised. "Threatening me with sincerity? Such sincerity is truly sincere." Han Wufei could not take it anymore. "Shut up. Yun Yang, if you say another word, this reputed one will." "What will this reputed one do to me?" Yun Yang cut him off angrily. "Do you dare kill me?" Han Wufei's anger surged. "Do you think I don't dare?" His tone was chilling. It was obvious that his killing intent had been triggered. Yun Yang chuckled. "You're threatening me again. This time, you're threatening me with death. If I don't submit, it looks like my life will be in danger." The topic had gone one round and was back to the threat. Han Wufei's head was spinning with rage. "When did I ever threaten you? Don't spout nonsense. This concerns the Crown Prince's reputation. Don't make a mistake." Shoo! There were boos all around. Many looked at Han Wufei like they were looking at an idiot. "You were so loud just now that you wanted to kill him, and you actually said, 'When did I ever threaten you?' Are you sure you care about the Crown Prince's reputation? Your actions are clearly tarnishing the Crown Prince's reputation." Holy shit! This person was truly of the highest quality. I think he's the one who shouldn't be mistaken. Han Wufei was an experienced man as well. He reacted quickly and blurted out, "But I didn't threaten you just now." Yun Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Then tell me, what do you really want?" Han Wufei said angrily, "His Highness the Crown Prince asked me to invite you." Yun Yang was exasperated. "Huh? Is this how your family invites people?" The surrounding people all had strange looks in their eyes. His Highness the Crown Prince actually sent such a person to invite people. This is really, was he going to invite someone, or offend someone? Han Wufei's mind was a mess. Yun Yang looked at him sympathetically. "Go back. First, I won't go. Second, you're not qualified to invite me like this with your status. I, Yun Yang, am the descendant of Marquis of Heavenly Clouds after all. How can I be ordered around like this? Third, you've been threatening me since the beginning. I don't know if it's your intention or the Crown Prince's. If it's your intention, ask His Highness the Crown Prince to send someone else to invite me. If it's His Highness the Crown Prince's intention, how would I dare go? Also, Marquis Yun's family has never been involved in the imperial court's affairs. In conclusion, please go back. Yun Yang smiled faintly and turned to leave. Han Wufei yelled angrily, Yun Yang. However, Yun Yang did not even turn his head back as he walked further away. The expressions on the faces of the people around them were extremely interesting. He really didn't expect to see such a big show today. It should be a drama of one party oppressing the other. It was a classic. Yun Yang's footsteps were unusually light as he strolled home. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of going against the Crown Prince. Han Wufei had said it very well, the Crown Prince was the monarch while the rest were all subjects. If it was not necessary, Yun Yang did not want to be enemies with the country's heir. Once he did so, the commotion would be huge and could possibly shake the nation's foundation. This was not something the Nine Supremes would like to see, and it was even more impossible for him to do so given the Empire of Yutong's current situation. In spite of this, Yun Yang's current action was to make the situation even more confusing. Since the Crown Prince had sent Han Wufei over, he could use him as an example. Those who had heard the drama in front of the palace were not ordinary people. Yun Yang's actions would definitely draw everyone's attention to the Crown Prince. At least in the short term, His Highness would have to think twice before doing anything. This was only the start of a whirlpool. That night, Yun Yang turned into a breeze and entered the third prince's residence. He tossed in a set of fake documents that he had prepared beforehand. The Crown Prince is plotting a rebellion, the evidence is conclusive. The following is. Very soon, the third prince's residence was heavily guarded for the entire night. All the strategists went in and out, plotting and discussing. Then, Yun Yang went to the fourth prince's residence, placing a set of confidential documents on the table in the fourth prince's study. OL, third and OL fifth have already worked together, plotting to get rid of His Highness first before working together to deal with the Crown Prince. The evidence is inside. Yun Yang did not let the fifth prince's residence go either. The fifth prince's residence had caught on fire in the latter half of the night, but Yun Yang had snuck in and set it ablaze. The fire was intense, the crimson light shooting into the sky, almost dyeing half of the capital city's night sky red. After that, the residence of Grand Commandant, residence of Grand Tutor, residence of King Jing, and other residences had all received different things. A few of them had been set ablaze as well. The entire capital city was in chaos as people screamed and horses neighed. Finally, Yun Yang made a trip to the residence of He. Since he had gone to all the other places, this place was even more so. Old He Hanqing, was meditating in the secret chamber. Around him were piles of mystical crystals that seemed to have been set up in a mystical formation, hoping to extract energy from the mystical crystals to heal his wounds. Old He had yet to recover from his injuries and could no longer use high-level mystical qi to heal himself, so he could only heal himself with this method. As someone who liked to play tricks, he was also wary of others plotting against him. He was used to putting himself in the most dangerous position to think from another's point of view. Naturally, he dared not cultivate to heal himself outside. If he was ambushed, even if the other party could not attack him, it would only disrupt his healing process or ignite his anger, or even move his mystical qi. It would all lead to a terrifying and dangerous outcome. However, his careful action of not healing himself outside had made things more convenient for Yun Yang. Yun Yang turned into a gentle breeze in the residence of He, drifting around in search of something. However, Yun Yang was surprised to find that there was nothing illegal in old He's residence, no matter where he looked. To be more precise, there wasn't even the slightest bit of sensitivity. Even his study room had nothing other than a few paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall. Not only was there no book, there was not even his own handwriting. Yun Yang searched through all the buildings in the residence of He in disbelief. There was nothing, no belongings, no treasures, and none of the above. He searched the ground to no avail. There was also the secret chamber underground. However, even though Yun Yang had turned into the wind and his cultivation base had improved tremendously, he still dared not enter Old He's secret chamber. This was because there were 8 vaguely powerful auras surrounding He Hanqing's secret chamber, hovering and hidden. Each of these 8 auras was no weaker than Mi Kongquan's. There were even a few of them that were much stronger than Mi Kongquan's. Although he knew that He Hanqing's secret was underground, Yun Yang dared not go down. How could Yun Yang be willing to leave just like that? He was infuriated. Your father is missing your bastard nest. If I can't kill the old bastard, I'll kill the young bastard and his underlings first. Therefore, in the middle of the night, Old He's residence was abruptly engulfed in flames without any warning. This fire was different from the previous ones. Almost as soon as it started to burn, the entire residence was already on fire. The flames soared 1,000 feet into the sky. When the flames rose, it was already proven that this fire could not be extinguished. Unless it was burnt to ashes. He Hanqing was recuperating in the secret chamber when the experts on guard suddenly felt something and one of them swiftly drifted out. Then, he returned with an ugly expression. The residence of He is on fire. 2 men were left to guard while the other 6 went out together. When they went out, they saw the raging fire outside. A ball of flame seemed to have a life of its own as it rolled back and forth in the residence of He excitedly. Wherever it went, there was a blaze. A few of them charged forward with a shout, dispersing the flame with a single strike. However, there was nothing left after the flame had dispersed. A gust of wind blew past, leaving no trace behind. Then, a strong wind howled in the air. The wind fueled the fire and even the ground of the residence of He was on fire. A few of them entered the secret chamber with an ugly expression. The fire on the ground could no longer be contained. After a while, when the fire was almost extinguished, they forcefully extinguished it with mystical qi. However, the entire residence of He had already turned into ashes. None of the family members in the residence had escaped. All of them had been burnt to ashes. At this moment, a name suddenly rose in the hearts of all the guards. Supreme Flame. Could it be that the fire elf was not dead? In the formation, He Hanqing's expression changed. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. In the formation, hundreds of mystical crystals turned into powder with a crack. He Hanqing's face was pale. Just now, his emotions were unstable and he almost went berserk. Not only did his internal injuries not lessen, they worsened instead. He Hanqing's family members were still on the ground. At this moment, they were all buried in the fire. Not a single one was left. Supreme Flame. He Hanqing spat out 2 words weakly. This old man and you will never be able to coexist. The 8 of them looked at each other. Supreme Flame was really not dead? Besides, you almost killed all of his brothers. It goes without saying that you will never be able to coexist. The careful search almost exhausted Yun Yang to the point of collapsing. In spite of this, he was filled with admiration. It was the first time in his life that he had seen a bad guy like He Hanqing who left no traces behind. It was too clean. Everything, was impeccably tidied up. Yun Yang was still puzzled on his way back. Chapter 154. Yun Yang was extremely puzzled. The 8 auras in He Hanqing's residence represented 8 top-notch experts with high cultivation base. Such a lineup of 8 experts had never appeared before. Even when Ling Xiaozue came, these 8 people should not have been there. If they were, they would definitely interfere in the battle. With the 8 of them as support, even if Ling Xiaozue could still emerge victorious, the battle might not be as one-sided as before. So the question was, when did these 8 people arrive? Yun Yang recalled the intelligence he had received from the 9 Heavens dictum, there had been plenty of martial world people who had come to Tiantang City recently, but there had been no news of them after they entered the city. It looks like after He Hanqing was injured, he knew that someone would definitely seize this opportunity to take his life, so he hurriedly mobilized the Four Seasons Tower's forces. Firstly, it's to protect his own safety, and secondly, it's also a deadly trap for those who are tempted to make a move. With these 8 people here, even if Marquis Yun and old Dugu were to come personally, they would only end up dying on the spot. What a great way to beat him at his own game, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He is indeed meticulous. Yunyang chuckled bitterly. He was the one who was tempted to make a move. He Hanqing had been half crippled by Ling Xiaozue, with 80% of his cultivation base restrained. It was undoubtedly a godsend opportunity to kill him, but who would have thought that He Hanqing would turn this fatal flaw into a flawless, fatal trap in the blink of an eye? If he had not made this trip today and arranged for someone to make a move, or rather, he would have fallen into this fatal trap. This old fox is truly cunning. Yunyang gritted his teeth in hatred, but the admiration in his heart was genuine. With such foresight and careful planning, he was indeed the backbone of the Four Seasons Tower. Supreme Lord Springfrost lived up to his reputation. Yunyang left the residence of He and was halfway there. Suddenly, a sense of alarm rose within him. With a single thought, he melted into the air. Almost at the same time, the sound of clothes fluttering in the air could be heard. A white silhouette flitted over 100 feet in front of him like a bolt of lightning. The speed of its movement turned the air in its path into a vacuum zone. It was a white whirlwind. As this person flew past, a gloomy and terrifying aura also flew over from afar. In the night sky, a person dressed in linen robes and a tall crown appeared abruptly. Following the appearance of this person, Yunyang felt the boundless space in front of him abruptly become filled with eerie winds and ghostly cries. It was as if there were countless vengeful spirits bearing their fangs and claws in the air, pouncing on him. This person's body flashed in the air and then disappeared. The chilly wind behind him was heading in the direction that the man had fled to. There was not the slightest mistake. Behind that person, boundless chilly winds howled and chased after him. It was as if once this person moved, there would be an army of thousands and tens of thousands of ghosts behind him at any moment. It was a full quarter of an hour after this person had disappeared that Yunyang felt the eerie aura around him slowly dissipate. What a terrifying person! Yunyang slowly materialized at the corner of the wall and sucked in a cold breath. This person must be First Court King Qingguang, one of the 10 lords of the Hall of Dark Azura who came to Tiantang City out of the blue and found Fang Mafei out of the blue, so he didn't come without a reason. The main reason is to hunt someone down. Yunyang's curiosity was piqued. From what he had seen just now, the person that this First Court King Qingguang was chasing after was definitely not someone to be trifled with. At the very least, he had to be at the 9th peak pinnacle level of Marquis Yun. Otherwise, it would not be up to a hall lord like King Qingguang to personally make a move. Moreover, it was a fruitless pursuit for tens of thousands of miles. If this person were to fight face to face, he would definitely not be First Court King Qingguang's opponent. However, his speed of escape is astounding, even above King Qingguang's. Although it was only a glimpse, I can still tell that he managed to catch up to King Qingguang's pace for 3 breaths. For an expert like this, the distance of 3 breaths must be no less than 10,000 feet. Looking at the situation, although he's not First Court King Qingguang's opponent, it won't be an easy task for First Court King Qingguang to catch up and kill this person. It might even be impossible. This will be a long and exhausting chase. A contest of time, endurance, and confidence. It's just that, it's rare to see such an unparalleled expert in Tiantang City, even if there's only one of them. Why have they appeared in such a group now? Yunyang shook his head with a bitter smile, seeing that the current situation was getting more and more complicated. Still, This person that first court King Qingguang is chasing after is quite a character. Being hunted by such a strong enemy, he's actually wearing the white robe that is most taboo for nightwalkers. It's like he's afraid that others won't be able to see him. Yun Yang returned to the residence of Yun. Fang Mafei and Lao Mei were in the midst of their cultivation. Two powerful auras were circling in the residence of Yun, growing and expanding. Yun Yang did not interrupt them and returned to his room. Right now, he needed to think about it carefully. Tiantang City had slowly turned from an orderly state to a chaotic mess. It was unprecedentedly noisy and chaotic. All sorts of powerful martial world figures and rare, mysterious experts had appeared. There were also famed generals from various empires who were about to arrive. Yun Yang could vaguely feel that Tiantang City would inevitably become the center of the world's storm. It was unavoidable. After a few more days, such a trend would only grow more terrifying and terrifying. Yun Yang calculated in his heart. The four noble families had placed the four noble young masters here, so more experts would definitely come. The incident with Mi Kongquan in the palace seemed to have ended, but it was not. He Hanqing would not let the matter rest either. The king of the Dark Azura Hall was here, and the merciless tower had tried to assassinate him some time ago. Someone should be coming as well. Then, there would be the civil and military officials attacking each other and the military generals being wronged. The old marshal would not sit idly by, but as long as His Majesty the Emperor recovered, there would be a way out. Speaking of His Majesty the Emperor, he had to talk about the mysterious poison in his body. It was the most important thing now, the origin of the incident that would explode. However, as long as Yun Yang helped him recuperate, there would be no worries. Now that Tai Zheng's wedding was imminent, the famed generals from various empires would arrive one after another. With the arrival of these people, martial artists from various empires would also gather in Tiantang City. By then, one could only imagine how chaotic Tiantang City would be. With so many things happening at the same time, Yun Yang would never believe that there was no mastermind behind all this. In spite of this, Yun Yang had to take care of Yun Zuyu as well. The people sent by the Nine Heavens dictum to search for Ji Ling and the rest had yet to receive any news. None of these incidents seemed to be directly related to Yun Yang, but all of them were directly or indirectly related to the Nine Supremes. Most importantly, Yun Yang's ability was still weak. If he wanted to take advantage of the situation and turn the situation around, he would need to strike a balance from both sides. Speaking of which, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I don't have much power now, but I have too many things to handle. How can I not borrow strength and influence to cope? Yun Yang sighed. Tens of thousands of miles away. Ji Ling, or rather, Ji Lingxi was toying with the treasured saber, Phoenix's Cry. The more she held it in her hand, the more she felt that the saber was connected to her flesh and blood, as if it was a part of her. Furthermore, it was a part of her that possessed a certain spirituality. A few nights ago, when Ji Lingxi was ambushed, the treasured saber, Phoenix's Cry, had actually emitted a clear saber chime to warn her of the impending mishap. Although they were already prepared for this incident and were aware of the enemy's attack, the Phoenix's Cry's unique characteristic made Ji Lingxi even more reluctant to part with it. Holding Phoenix's Cry in her hand, she naturally thought of the person who had given her the treasured saber. Lingxi, you seem to have changed a lot these few days. Yu Xiang, who was standing beside her, stared at Ji Lingxi with some envy. Huh? Have I changed? How have I changed? Nonsense. Ji Lingxi was a little flustered, startled out of her contemplation. Naturally, she felt a little guilty. You know very well whether I've changed or not. What are you feeling guilty about if I haven't changed? Xia Yuhan, who was standing beside her, teased, you've become quiet. When you're free, you're hugging the saber and thinking about something. It's like you're hugging your lover. What an eyesore, Yuhan. Ji Lingxi's face flushed as she stomped her feet in exasperation. Oh, you're blushing. Why are you blushing? I didn't say who it was, nor did I mention a name. Xia Yuhan pouted, her eyes filled with mischief. Humph, Ji Lingxi turned her head away, ignoring her. However, Yu Xiang was relentless. Lingxi, your face now, your skin now. Why is it so good? She grabbed Ji Lingxi's hand and exclaimed, why is your hand so soft? Let me see. Oh my god, the marks from your cultivation are all gone. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Yu Xiang's eyes shone as she looked at Ji Lingxi, drooling with desire. Among her sisters, Yu Xiang paid the most attention to her appearance. She had been paying attention to Ji Lingxi's changes for a long time, but she could not stand it anymore. Women who practiced martial arts, no matter how they took care of themselves, would always have some marks on their hands. Unless their cultivation had reached the Khanate realm and cleansed their meridians and marrow, only then would their bodies have such scars, calluses, and dead skin fall off. Otherwise, it was almost impossible for such a situation to occur. Ji Lingxi's mystical qi cultivation base was obviously far from that realm, but the truth was that all the marks accumulated from cultivation on her body had really disappeared, leaving not a single trace behind. This was driving Yu Xiang, who valued beauty more than her life, crazy. Gone? Ji Lingxi looked at herself, a little lost. Chapter 155. Sometimes, the person in question would be the slowest to react. Take Ji Lingxi for example, she really did not realize that she was different from the others. Yu Xiang dashed over and grabbed Ji Lingxi's arm. She rolled up her sleeves and did the same with her own sleeves. Suddenly, she cried out in agony, "Look! Look! 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 This girl must have a good idea. Look at how tender her arm is. It's so smooth and supple." The sisters gathered around her upon hearing her, their eyes wide and small as they observed, exclaiming, "Indeed, there's a tinge of red in the white, this is too tender." Yu Xiang was not the only one who could resist the temptation of flawless beauty, snow-white skin, and jade-like bones. "I've bathed with Lingxi before," Yu Xiang said plaintively. Her breasts weren't as big as mine, and her skin wasn't as fair as mine. Now, her breasts are bigger than mine, and her skin is fairer than mine. She's taller than me to begin with. She's going to crush me in all aspects. Oh God, I don't want to live anymore. The other sisters looked at Ji Lingxi curiously as well, gathering around her. "Lingxi, tell us honestly, what kind of trick did you use? Hand it over and share it with us sisters. Otherwise, we won't let you go. Yes, be honest, or we'll torture you together." Ji Lingxi was bewildered as she asked, "Have I really changed? I really didn't notice. Haven't I always? How can you say that you haven't changed when it's so obvious? Are you trying to fool a fool?" The sisters were indignant. Ji Lingxi, on the other hand, was confused, not knowing what to do. She really did not remember any special encounter, it was just that she had been in a good mood every time she held this saber during this period of time. There was really nothing else. "Then tell me, when did I start to change?" Ji Lingxi asked in a daze. Yu Xiang remembered it vividly as she replied immediately, "It hadn't even been 2 to 3 days since you left Tiantang City and you'd already started to shed your skin. You were still complaining about how there was so much dander on your body then." Humph. With that, everyone suddenly remembered. "That's right, Lingxi, you did complain about it for the past few days. Skin flakes kept falling off your body, and we even comforted you." Ji Lingxi recalled it as well, but she was even more bewildered. "But what is going on? I didn't have any fortuitous encounters. Everyone basically stayed together every day. Yu Xiang frowned as well, thinking hard. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that Lingxi has already done that in Tiantang City? All the sisters asked in unison, which what? Yu Xiang blushed as she said, was nourished by that. Young Master Yun. This sudden statement was earth-shattering. In an instant, all the girls blushed. However, they were all sisters here, so there was less restraint in their words. Xia Yuhan slapped her thigh and said, that must be the case. It's said that women who are nourished are the most outstanding. Lingxi, be honest. Have you given yourself to him? Ji Lingxi was both embarrassed and embarrassed, almost crying out loud. Her face was flushed. No, I didn't, sigh. As she spoke, she sighed and said, it's not like all of you don't know that he's just a piece of wood. Her sigh was laced with sorrow. Oh, looks like this girl is rather disappointed that she didn't give herself up. Yu Xiang pursed her lips and put her hands on her hips. Be honest. What actually happened? Yu Rulan did not speak. However, her eyes were staring at Ji Lingxi's face thoughtfully and then at the phoenix's cry saber in Ji Lingxi's hand. Ever since they left Tiantang City, the saber had not left her hand. She said thoughtfully, Lingxi, let me have a look at your saber. Hearing Yu Rulan's words, all the girls were intelligent and knowledgeable, so they immediately thought of something odd. Could it be that there's something strange about this saber? Ji Lingxi hesitated. It was not that she was reluctant, but she was not used to having her hand leave her saber. She had been hugging it every day for the past few days and it had become a habit of never leaving her side. Just as Yu Rulan took the saber, the phoenix's cry saber trembled violently. She was so shocked that she almost lost her grip on the saber. Yu Rulan cried out in surprise and lifted her head to look at Ji Lingxi. Lingxi, that young Master Yun of yours is really generous, Ji Lingxi asked in bewilderment, how so? Yu Xiang came over and snatched the saber away. This time, the saber's reaction was even more intense, jumping continuously in Yu Xiang's hand. Yu Xiang was so shocked that she quickly returned the saber to Ji Lingxi. When she saw the phoenix's cry saber become motionless once it was returned to Ji Lingxi's hand, she could not help but think of something. She then cried out in shock and envy, it's a treasured saber with intelligence. As soon as he shouted, the surroundings immediately fell silent. All the girls were elites from noble families, how could they not know the meaning behind her words? A treasured saber with intelligence would choose its own master. Once it recognized its master, it would never change. I've seen this phoenix's cry saber before. Xia Yuhan looked puzzled. I've seen it when it was in Shimen Wandai's hands. It was just that the saber looked ordinary then, it didn't have such elegance. The feeling of this saber is different from before. The color and luster of the saber are different. Xia Yuhan said as she looked at it. What's going on? Yu Rulan said, this saber must have had a new encounter. It was only a lady's saber when it was in Shimen Wandai's hands, but when it was in young Master Yun's hands, young Master Yun must have made some changes to this saber, allowing it to possess intelligence. Lingxi's fortuitous encounter to obtain this saber is truly a fortuitous encounter. That's right. The initial change in Lingxi's body was after she left Tiantang City. It was a very short period of time, but there was a huge change and everything became better. I think what you complained about falling back then wasn't the dandruff but the impurities in your body. It was after this saber was connected to your spiritual source and became one with the saber, helping you to cleanse your body and force out the impurities. That's why your body has undergone such a transformation, as if you've been reborn. Yu Rulan sucked in a deep breath, her gaze filled with envy as she looked at Ji Lingxi. That's why I said, that young Master Yun, although he looks like a block of wood and is unromantic, in fact, he's really nice to you. He actually gave such a rare treasure to you without a word. I think the reason why he didn't say anything is probably because he's afraid of pressuring you. Ji Lingxi's face was glowing as she asked joyfully, is this true? Silly girl. Yu Rulan was indeed envious, but what she was truly envious of was not the phoenix's cry, but the affection that this saber represented when he gave it away. It's a pity that this saber is completely useless to us because this saber only belongs to you. It won't give its energy to us, but to you, Lingxi, you'll be enjoying the help of this saber at all times, Yu Rulan said. You've only been connected to this saber for a short time now, so you haven't experienced more of its benefits. Right, your current cultivation base has broken through to the 7th peak, hasn't it? It's only been a short 2 months and you've broken through 2 levels consecutively. Would it have been possible if it had been before? This is the benefit of this saber. Ji Lingxi blushed as she shook her head lightly. The girls stared at Ji Lingxi with undisguised envy. Along with their envy, there was also a hint of jealousy. Why isn't there someone who treats me like this? More than that, however, they were happy for Ji Lingxi. It was because she had such a treasured saber, and because someone could give it to her without feeling the slightest bit of heartache. A treasured saber with a spiritual nature like this was a family heirloom even among the 8 noble families. It was one of a kind. Even elites like them would find it hard to own one. If the Shiman family knew that this saber had actually transformed into what it is now, I wonder how much they'd regret it. Yu Rulan looked at her sisters sternly. Only the few of us will know about this. We mustn't leak this out. Otherwise, Lingxi will be in trouble. The sisters replied in unison, don't worry, this is our secret. How can we tell anyone else? That night, Ji Lingxi was sleeping in her room when Wuxia crawled into her room and insisted on sharing the same bed. She hugged Ji Lingxi to sleep for the entire night despite the hot weather. The next day, she realized that she had indeed benefited from Wuxia's favor. There were indeed flakes on her arms that looked like they were about to fall off, therefore, Ji Lingxi was completely dominated by Wuxia for the next few nights. A few days later, Wuxia's ecstatic cries attracted everyone's attention. Ever since then, Ji Lingxi had become a hot commodity. Therefore, there would be a sister hugging her to sleep every night. Each of them was thick-skinned and could not be chased away, claiming that they wanted to benefit from young Master Yun's glory as well. I want to sleep so badly. Ji Lingxi was sleepwalking for the rest of the night. She could not sleep well for many consecutive nights, yawning incessantly at the hands of her unscrupulous sisters. Nevertheless, the sisters were glowing with radiance. Finally, on this day, the sudden news made the girls' joy vanish in an instant. According to investigations, young Master Lingfeng has been found. He's the son of Moon Shadow City's Castellan. His name is Niu Lingfeng. He was born in a certain year and a certain month. His age, appearance, etc. When the detailed news arrived, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Yu Rulan's head. Her face paled and her delicate body swayed. The fantasy that had been in her heart for a long time was suddenly shattered. It was not him. Chapter 156. The girls were pale as well. Ji Lingxi's body swayed but she did not forget to support Yu Rulan. Sister Lan. Yu Rulan's gaze was already somber. She murmured, Ji Lingfeng, where are you? Once Yu Rulan finished speaking, she suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of crimson blood from her red lips before she fainted. Yu Rulan was mentally and physically exhausted from such a long search. The only reason she could still hold on without breaking down was because there was still a faint hope in her heart. However, each piece of news was proven to be false and each hope was crushed like a bubble. Yu Rulan's footsteps had almost covered half the continent but there was no result. The shattering of her hope this time was more like the straw that broke the camel's back. She could no longer hold on. Ji Lingxi's eyes were rimmed red. "Brother, where are you? Why can't I find you after searching the entire world? What do we do now?" Yu Xiong'er asked in a trembling voice. The girls were silent, speechless for a moment. Ji Lingxi stood there stiffly, her mind blank. It was at this moment that she suddenly felt her own weakness. Sister Rulan, who had been accompanying and comforting her since her brother's disappearance, had collapsed as well. The dazed Ji Lingxi suddenly felt a sense of hopelessness, as if there was no one she could rely on despite the vastness of the world. She murmured almost instinctively, "What should we do? Where are we going?" Her heart ached as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yu Xiong'er murmured, "We've been out for so long. My family asked me to go back directly this time. Lingxi, why don't you and Sister Lan come to my house for some time? We'll think of a way slowly, there will be a turn for the better." Xia Yuhan said in a low voice as well, "My family wants me to go back too. They've urged me a few times. Lingxi, it's not a good idea for us to search aimlessly like this." Yu Rulan, who was in Ji Lingxi's arms, woke up slowly and sighed tiredly, saying, "Actually, our sisters have helped a lot." Cough. "You can go back first this time. We'll search again when there's news. Or, we can find some time to meet again. You don't have to worry too much about me and Lingxi. We're going back this time too." Yu Rulan said weakly, "We have so many guards with us, they're all experts. Nothing will happen." Yu Xiong'er asked worriedly, "But, where are you going?" Determination gleamed in Yu Rulan's eyes as she gritted her teeth softly and said, "One of the places where the exact news came from is this young Master Ling Feng, while the other is Tiantang City." Yu Rulan said firmly, "Since it's confirmed that it's not the former, let's go back to Tiantang City." Hearing the three words Tiantang City, Ji Lingxi's eyes glowed. Tiantang City. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the sisters parted with tears. Yu Xiong'er hugged Ji Lingxi and cried for a long time before she was finally persuaded to leave. Ji Lingxi and Yu Rulan brought 40 to 50 guards with them and began their return journey. However, along the way, it was completely silent. Yu Rulan was the only one who had made up her mind resolutely. After confirming that the young Master Ling Feng was not Ji Lingfeng, Yu Rulan's heart was filled with despair. It was a hopeless feeling, like there was nothing left to live for. However, it was also because of this that she had suggested to return to Tiantang City. Yun Yang was still there. Young Master Yun. Someone Ji Lingxi liked. Since I've already tasted the feeling of losing my love forever, it's such a heart-wrenching pain. Then, I'll think of a way to prevent Lingxi from experiencing the same feeling. Lingfeng, even if I can't find you in this lifetime, I'll still use the rest of my life to search for you. I'll continue searching for you in my next life as well. But even if I can't find you forever, I'll take good care of your sister. Your only sister. Yu Rulan's hair and white gown fluttered in the wind, her face indescribably calm. Ji Lingfeng, do you still remember what I told you before? Even if you can travel thousands of miles with the wind and disappear from the world, the moonlight will still exist forever, generation after generation. Gentle and lingering, unchanging through the ages. Even if I'm an orchid in an empty valley, guarding it for the rest of my life, I'll still wait quietly for the person who can smell my orchid fragrance. The sisters who had left sighed as well. All of us can go home, but only Ji Lingxi and Yu Rulan can't. They would be forced into marriage once they returned, and it would be the kind that they could never resist. I can only bless all of you, that you can find Brother Lingfeng. Yu Xiong'er turned back to look at the distant mountains, tears glistening in her eyes. If you have any difficulties, don't forget to look for us. Yun Yang could vaguely feel that something was amiss. He had been waiting for the old marshal to bring the emperor to look for him in the past few days, but there was no sign of them. What was going on? Yun Yang was certain that his endless divine art could alleviate His Majesty's poison and even his physical condition. He was the only person who would not harm the emperor at all. He believed that both His Majesty and the old marshal knew this, but why had they not come to look for him? It was understandable if it was just His Majesty, but there was no news from the old marshal either. It was puzzling. There was also Shui Wuyin from the Towering Wind Pavilion. Yun Yang had gone to the Towering Wind Pavilion a dozen times during this period of time, but the host, Shui Wuyin, was nowhere to be seen. Where had Shui Wuyin gone? Yun Yang was very sure that Shui Wuyin was in Tiantang City and was secretly watching the Towering Wind Pavilion. However, Yun Yang could not find him no matter what. Yun Yang was puzzled by this as well. He was indeed Eighth Brother Supreme Wind's right-hand man. Yun Yang could not even find him in his current state. He was indeed a talent. On this day, when Yun Yang was on his way to Cirrus House, there was a group of people heading towards him. They were from the Crown Prince's residence. Yun Yang spotted Han Wufei at first glance. At this moment, this fellow was staring at her with a sullen expression, and his fingers were still pointing at her. The four middle-aged men dressed in black beside him turned their heads at the same time, their gazes focused on Yun Yang as well. Yun Yang clearly felt as if 4 sharp arrows had been shot at his face at the same time. For a moment, his face actually felt an actual pain. These 4 people were experts, top-notch experts. Thinking of this, Yun Yang halted his steps and looked at the group of people in front of him. These fellows had come with ill intentions. The group of people parted to the left and right as a young man dressed in a bright yellow robe walked out with his arms behind his back. He had a majestic gait and a graceful bearing. This person wore a warm smile on his face, giving anyone who saw him a comfortable feeling, as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Moreover, the natural nobility and grace that flowed from his body caused him to reveal an extraordinary aura that was high and mighty, as if he was looking down at the world from above. The person in front of him was the current Crown Prince. His Majesty the Emperor's second son. Yu Chenglong. The Crown Prince did not say a word once he appeared, but the intimidating aura that he exuded had already silenced the group of people who had been tempted to make a move. No one dared to act rashly. I've long heard of young Master Yun's great name. I can't wait to meet you sooner. I didn't expect that I could only see young Master Yun's face today. It's true that hearing about you is better than meeting you in person. The Crown Prince smiled and said, young Master Yun's elegance is indeed unparalleled in Tiantang. Yun Yang observed the face in front of him quietly, feeling that something was amiss the more he looked at it. Looking at the person in front of him, he instinctively recalled the face he had seen in Soul's dream when he was severely injured. If this face could be more mature, friendlier, with a darker complexion and less thick brows, it would almost be like the eldest Supreme Earth had appeared before him. However, it was these insignificant differences that created an unusual sense of uneasiness. Yun Yang suppressed the ripples in his heart and said faintly, Your Highness's royal demeanor has impressed Yun Yang even more. I've long heard that Your Highness is a modest gentleman who seeks talents and treats people without any arrogance. Seeing you today, I can see that you live up to your reputation. This is what it means to hear about you in person. It's true that meeting about you in person is better than meeting you in person. His Highness laughed heartily and said, The world belongs to the people of this world. The so-called royal family is only responsible for patrolling the heavens and making decisions on behalf of the people. What arrogance is there to speak of? Young Master Yun must be joking. Yun Yang laughed and said, However, I wonder what business Your Highness has in stopping me like this? The Crown Prince said with sincerity, I've always wanted to meet young Master Yun, so I sent someone to invite you the day before yesterday. I didn't expect him to misunderstand me and offend young Master Yun. Young Master Yun is not at fault in this matter and can't be blamed for anything else. I can only blame myself for not making things clear. Since we're fated to meet today, of course I have to apologize to young Master Yun and explain what happened in the past. As he spoke, he stood up solemnly and said in a clear voice, "Young Master Yun, I'm sorry. What happened the day before yesterday was entirely my fault." Han Wufei, who was standing aside, was visibly shaken. Although he had someone else in his heart and was not really working for the Crown Prince, he could not help but feel grateful when he saw the Crown Prince's actions. Even when he knew that the Crown Prince was putting on an act to buy people's hearts, it was not an easy feat for a Crown Prince of a country to put on such a humble front. He was capable of what others could not and tolerated what others could not. Yun Yang turned to the side and said, "Your Highness has spoken too seriously. Like what you said, it was only a small misunderstanding from the beginning to the end. There's no need to be so serious and make such a big fuss about it." The Crown Prince wore a smile on his face, but he was grumbling inwardly, "A small misunderstanding? It was that little misunderstanding of yours that made me feel extremely uncomfortable these past few days." All the civil and military officials looked at me with suspicion and conjecture. It's as if I'm being roasted on fire. It's easy for you to say such a small misunderstanding, but how can I not be cautious? I have to make a big fuss about it and take it seriously. Only then can I show my magnanimity and my lack of malice. Despite his grumbling, the Crown Prince still looked amiable as he laughed heartily and said, "Since young Master Yun doesn't mind, a chance encounter is better than a chance encounter. Would young Master Yun be in the mood to have a drink with me?" Chapter 157. Yun Yang's gaze flickered as he said, "Since your Highness is in such a good mood, this lowly one shall accompany you. However, this young brother should be the host this time. Come, let us make a trip to Cirrus House, I'm more familiar with the place." Han Wufei hollered coldly, "How dare you? What kind of status does the Crown Prince have? Why would he go with you to such a filthy, despicable place filled with lust? With his Highness status, if he were to really go to Cirrus House, he would definitely be impeached by the censor tomorrow. No matter how clean Cirrus House was and how righteous it was, a brothel was still a brothel to outsiders. It would not stop selling one's body just because one did not sell one's body." However, Han Wufei's words were harsh to the ears. Yun Yang smiled coldly when he heard that. "If your Highness doesn't wish to go, or can't go, just tell me directly. Why do you have to be so disrespectful? I'm inviting your Highness for a drink and I'm paying to be the host. It's all my sincerity. Am I not treating you with sincerity?" The Crown Prince's brows furrowed slightly. Another person beside him quickly stepped forward and said respectfully with a smile, "Perhaps young Master Yun doesn't know this, but with his Highness status, his reputation would be tarnished if he were to go to Cirrus House. Young Master Yun is not an official of the Imperial Court, it's normal that you don't know about this." Yun Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you implying that I'm useless and have given up on myself? I'm even dragging his Highness down with me. Do you harbor ill intentions?" Once he spoke, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Yun Yang's words to be so incisive and so merciless. The person who had spoken up just now flushed, stunned and speechless. This was the sharpness of his words, but who would expose such words in front of everyone? The Crown Prince's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled softly and said, "Young Master Yun, what are you talking about? I've long heard of Cirrus House's reputation. It's just that it's inconvenient for me to go there due to my status. Young Master Yun, you're free to come and go as you please, unfettered and unrestrained. That's true freedom. I can't wait to be envious." Yun Yang said, "Your Highness's words show the magnanimity of a nation's heir apparent." Yun Yang is filled with admiration. However, the words of these two henchmen beside you are really infuriating. One of them speaks rudely, and the other even mocked that I am not a high-ranking official. I am not stupid, how could I not understand the meaning behind their words? It's just that your highness bringing these two people with you, forgive me for speaking bluntly, I'm afraid that it will only bring you trouble and not help you at all. The only benefit is that it will help your highness lower your status. Before they could speak, Yun Yang continued, I'm speaking the truth. I've only interacted with your highness the Crown Prince twice, directly or indirectly, but I've been offended by both of them. Your highness the Crown Prince is magnanimous, of course you don't mind, but I really think that these two fellows are spies sent to you by some force. Specifically offending everyone for you, your highness, you must be on your guard against this. Although you mustn't have the heart to harm others, you mustn't have the heart to guard against others. Who knows, someone else might take advantage of it. Once these words left his mouth, the smile that hung by the corners of his highness' lips vanished completely. This was practically a cannon on the entire map. He could capture all the princes in one fell swoop. This fellow's eloquence was one thing, but his ability to stir up trouble was not to be underestimated. The Crown Prince sucked in a breath and resumed his warm smile. Brother Yun, you're exaggerating. Since Brother Yun is not available today, why don't we meet another day? By then, I'll send an invitation to young Master Yun's residence. Young Master Yun must do me the honor. His Highness the Crown Prince was having a hard time dealing with such an unscrupulous fellow. If he continued to stay, he really didn't know what kind of terrifying things he would say in public. Yun Yang said, I didn't say that I'm not available today. I've just said that I'm the host. How is it not available? Your Highness has misunderstood. Many people around them looked at this fellow as if they were looking at a mental patient. Almost everyone felt that this kid was simply a unique weirdo of his generation. His Highness the Crown Prince had already given you enough face and spoken so politely, but you actually said, I didn't say that it's not available. This sentence was simply unimaginable. Those from the Crown Prince's residence glared at him in anger. Misunderstanding, F***ck your grandma's misunderstanding. His Highness the Crown Prince tried his best to maintain the smile on his face. Then, what does Brother Yun mean? It's fate that we've met. Since we're fated, how can we not have a good time together? Speaking of places like this in Tiantang City, there's no place like Cirrus House. Since it's not convenient for your Highness to go with your original identity, you can always disguise yourself. Don't worry, I'm very popular in Cirrus House. I can definitely make your Highness feel at home and enjoy yourself so much that you forget about going home and thinking twice. Yun Yang invited enthusiastically. His Highness the Crown Prince was utterly speechless as he looked at the strange expressions on the faces of the people around him. So many people have heard it, is there any use in disguising myself? And all that, feel at home, enjoy yourself so much that you forget about going home, thinking twice. Are these really the words that the only son of Marquis of Heavenly Clouds should say? When His Highness the Crown Prince left, he felt that his mind was a little muddled. He had long heard of this fellow's reputation as a popinjay, but he had never expected this bastard to have such a low EQ. He was the legitimate son of Marquis Yun, but he was only at this level. He was truly unworthy of cultivation. In other words, what the hell was he doing? Han Wufei and the others who followed beside the Crown Prince were livid with rage. As long as the Crown Prince gave the order, these people would turn back immediately and devour Yun Yang alive, even if it was in broad daylight. His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly fell into deep thought as he walked. He finally snapped out of his trance. This isn't right. His Highness the Crown Prince frowned and said in a low voice, this Yun Yang. Although there were rumors of him being a popinjay, there weren't any bad records. Secondly, how could someone who could be acknowledged by Ling Xiaozue be an ordinary person? He's purposely angering me today, using this to confuse me and interfere with my judgment. But why would he purposely anger me? His Highness the Crown Prince was still puzzled. Beside him, a scholar in his 30s who had been silent all this while said with a smile, not necessarily purposely angering the crown prince. Perhaps I should say that this young Master Yun would have done the same no matter which prince he met today. His Highness the Crown Prince was slightly enlightened, but he was still confused. Please elaborate, sir. The middle-aged scholar said, there's only one intention for Yun Yang to do this. He wants all the princes, including the Crown Prince, to stop looking for him. He's purposely distancing himself from the royal family. He won't be involved in anything related to the royal family. The middle-aged scholar said, his actions today have angered the Crown Prince and it seems like he's greatly offended your Highness, but the Crown Prince won't really blame him, there's no grudge to speak of. After this, the other princes will know that even the Crown Prince was rebuffed when he took action personally. Yun Yang can then enjoy peace and quiet from now on. He can just sit back and watch the battle unfold, taking a step back. No matter how popinjay he is, he has Marquis Yun supporting him and Marquis Yun is His Majesty's sworn brother. No matter which prince gains power in the end, as long as His Majesty and Marquis Yun are still around, he can rest easy. The middle-aged scholar smiled. Besides, his biggest motive for doing so is to pull Marquis Yun out of this whirlpool as well. This is the way to protect himself, and it is also the foundation of the Marquis of Heavenly Cloud's lineage. He looks like a popinjay, but he's actually very smart. I see. His Highness was enlightened. However, since we know that this son of Marquis Yun is scheming, the middle-aged scholar said with a smile, it's a good thing that the other princes don't dare make a move, but the Crown Prince can still pull Marquis Yun's entire family over with some tricks. Besides, this can be done through this young Master Yun. The Crown Prince mused, what should I do? The Crown Prince said something very ingenious just now. The middle-aged scholar said, you've said that you're going to send him an invitation. That's a stroke of genius. The Crown Prince was enlightened, clapping his hands as he said with a smile, not bad, not bad. Then, he frowned again. But if there's another incident, it's fine. Your Highness can just continue to send invitations. What he wants to do is his business, but how we respond to him is our magnanimity. The middle-aged scholar smiled confidently. It doesn't matter even if he's unmoved by force or persuasion. As long as Marquis Yun comes back and knows that his son has offended all the princes except for the Crown Prince, who has been showing goodwill time and again, what do you think will be Marquis Yun's reaction? He smiled with his eyes squinted and said, there's a saying in the common people's home, to think highly of a child is to think highly of an adult. This saying applies to Marquis Yun as well. By then, even if Marquis Yun can't be pulled over, at the very least, Marquis Yun won't take the initiative to go against your Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness was enlightened this time as he said with a smile, brilliant. Brilliant. Sir's plan is brilliant indeed, subduing the enemy without a fight. Sir is truly my right-hand man, my right-hand man. I dare not, I dare not. The middle-aged scholar smiled faintly. Yun Yang watched as the Crown Prince tried his best to maintain his composure and grace as he left. His gaze was deep, his thoughts unknown. Then, he turned into the Cirrus house. The middle-aged scholar was only half right about the reason why Yun Yang did so. As for the other half, staying with these so-called princes, there's only discomfort in my heart. Yun Yang murmured in his heart, eldest is fighting a bloody battle out there, risking his life. Those clothes should have been his. Humph. Yun Yang was a little petulant and a little willful in this matter. He knew that if he were to borrow the Crown Prince's influence and feign civility, it would be beneficial to his plan, but he was not prepared to correct his willfulness. So what if I offend you? I just can't stand to see you wearing those clothes. So what? Even if you're a good person, I can't stand it. I'm being willful, so what? Chapter 158. No matter how much I dislike him, this crown prince seems to be ignorant of the sufferings of the outside world because he was brought up deep in the palace, but he still has some degree of sophistication. Yunyang thought to himself, let's see what he does. It's best that he doesn't bother me. If he really does, I'll just go with the flow. The residence of Qiu Jianhan, who had only been separated from Yunyang for a few days, had lost a lot of weight. It was one thing for Yunyang to say it and another for him to prove that the emperor was poisoned. However, this was a serious matter after all. After discussing it with His Majesty, the old marshal decided to handle it properly. They could not just listen to what a junior like Yunyang said. How could the situation be so dire when he said it was so critical? What if Yunyang was exaggerating and was only trying to emphasize his own importance? Both His Majesty and the old marshal had thought of this. The greatest merit was to save the emperor. Helping the emperor to ease his condition and saving the emperor's life were two completely different concepts. Yutong's top miracle physician had come to the residence of Marshal during the few days when Yunyang was filled with doubts. Holy hands, Yu Tiexin. However, the world respectfully called him 3-inch Yu. 3-inch golden needles could save life and death. Within 3 inches, it could save a person's life and death, break someone's life and death, and save someone's life. The old miracle physician had saved the world with golden needles. He had been saving people for 70 years and his hair had turned white. This old man was Qiu Jianhan's sworn brother and one of the few people he trusted the most in this world. If it were not for old Marshal Qiu, the emperor himself might not have been able to invite old Yu. Even if old Yu had been willing to come, he would not have come so quickly. At this moment, His Majesty was lying on the bed in front of him. The old marshal looked anxiously at Yu Tiexin, who was sitting in front of the bed. Yu Tiexin's expression was extremely grim. The Way of Heaven physician was fully unleashed as a unique mystical qi filled with vitality flowed continuously through the emperor's meridians. After a long time, old Yu retracted his mystical qi and sighed softly. With a wave of his right hand, 108 golden needles filled the emperor from head to toe with a swoosh. In an instant, His Majesty had turned into a human-shaped hedgehog. Yu Tiexin took a deep breath. However, at this moment, the godly doctor's face was covered in fine beads of sweat. Just this instant of moving the needle had consumed more than 95% of his Xian qi. According to common sense, at this moment, old man Yu should be meditating and adjusting his breathing, calming himself down. Consuming more than 90% of his profound energy in an instant would inevitably hurt any cultivator's vitality. Even if old man Yu's cultivation focused more on health, it was no exception. However, divine physician Yu forcefully took a deep breath, and his 10 fingers instantly turned into a ball of afterimages. On His Majesty's body, he continuously poked, and shook. 108 needles were paired with 108 techniques in a complete cycle. The illusion suddenly disappeared. Yu Tiexin's breathing grew heavier, but he did not slow down at all. Another golden needle appeared in his right hand. With a flash of cold light, it silently pierced through the tip of the emperor's left index finger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When old man Yu's last golden needle pierced through the emperor's body, the originally motionless 108 golden needles trembled in unison, emitting a buzzing sound. Immediately, a black line visible to the naked eye flowed along the meridians in His Majesty's left hand, surging towards his index finger at an extremely fast speed. Finally, a drop of black blood rushed out of his body. Yu Tiexin quickly caught it with a tiny jade bottle that was only the size of a finger. The golden needles suddenly trembled again, but the black line suddenly stopped and did not move. No, after a moment of stalemate, it actually began to slowly retreat. After another moment, the black line had already disappeared without a trace. His skin also returned to its original color, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. The golden needles continued to buzz, but His Majesty's body no longer moved. After a long time, the golden needles had calmed down completely. Yu Tiexin was completely drained, sweating profusely. His breathing was labored, and his vision was a little blurry. This was the after-effect of exhausting a large amount of his mystical qi and forcefully sustaining the needles. The old divine physician forcefully controlled himself and removed all the golden needles from His Majesty's body. He did not even have the time to store them into the box before he fell to the ground, sweating profusely and looking pale. The golden needles that had just been removed scattered all over the ground. Qiu Jianhan was shocked. He went forward to support the emperor quickly and channeled a pure mystical qi slowly into Yu Tiexin's meridians. The old marshal's mystical skill was different from Old Man Yu's, so he could not help Old Man Yu when he was performing the needles. However, the old marshal's skill was profound. Although it was twice the effort for half the result, it could still slightly replenish Old Man Yu's damaged energy. After some time, Yu Tiexin finally calmed down. His Majesty had already sat up from his bed, his gaze fixed on Yu Tiexin. His gaze could not hide the sadness that flowed from it. Although he tried his best to act like he did not care, he really could not do it. Even though he was an emperor throughout the ages. However, this poison that came from within the palace still made this brilliant emperor of a generation feel a bone-piercing pain. Yu Tiexin finally opened his eyes. His gaze was still filled with intense fatigue. "How is it?" Qiu Jianhan was hopeful. Yu Tiexin did not answer. He held the tiny jade bottle in his hand as white fog began to rise from his body. The unique mystical qi of the Way of Heaven's physician was activated once more. After a while, he put the jade bottle down. Qiu Jianhan and His Majesty looked over and saw that the drop of blood in the jade bottle had disappeared. What replaced it were streaks of fog of various colors that lingered in the jade bottle. Looking at the colors and luster of the fog in the jade bottle, Yu Tiexin's expression grew increasingly grim. There are a total of 12 colors. Yu Tiexin sighed when he finally confirmed the composition of the poison. This. The old marshal was puzzled. What do you mean? If there is only one color in this bottle, it means that this person is not poisoned. That is the color that a person should have. The more colors there are, the more types of poisons there are in the body. Yu Tiexin rubbed his temples in distress. In other words, the poison that Your Majesty has been inflicted with is not just one type of poison, but a mixture of poisons. It should be a type of medicine that is not harmful to the body, or even beneficial to the body if only one or a few types of medicines are taken. However, when these 12 medicines are combined together and fused over a long period of time, it has evolved into this kind of terrifying poison that is deadly enough to kill Your Majesty. The old marshal and His Majesty's expressions changed at the same time. This also means that Your Majesty has to go through at least 11 processes to be poisoned. Moreover, it has to be consumed over a long period of time for this to happen. Yu Tiexin shook his head. How could such a ridiculous thing happen in the inner court of the palace? It's unbelievable and unimaginable. The old marshal and His Majesty were speechless. Both of their expressions changed at the same time because of this matter and the severity of it. If there was only one place where the poison had been placed, it would still be understandable. However, there were 11 places now. It was too terrifying. In other words, it was too horrifying. At least 11 types of medicinal items. If it were only one of them, it wouldn't be a big deal at all. However, when all 11 types of medicinal items are combined, the effect of the poison is even more terrifying than the shadowless poison that's known to be the most poisonous in the world. With Your Majesty's cultivation base, even if you were to be poisoned by the shadowless poison, there's still room for recovery as long as you're treated in time and properly. However, this poison. Yu Tiexin sighed. Qiu Jianhan's expression changed abruptly. His face paled. The legendary shadowless poison would leave no shadow, no trace, and no trace. One would be poisoned without any discovery. When the poison fully erupted, it would turn the poisoned person into a cloud of smoke, and from then on, disappear from this world without a trace. This was the shadowless poison. It was also the poison that Tianxian continent's experts were famed for. It was also because of this that this poison was unrivaled in the poison of Tianxian continent. However, even such a potent poison could not compare to the poison that His Majesty was currently afflicted with. This, can it be cured? The old marshal's voice was trembling. Yutong's top miracle physician, who had a way to deal with the shadowless poison, could not possibly be completely helpless. Yu Tiexin looked both mentally and physically exhausted. I can't. Puff. Xiao Jianhan plopped down on the chair, dumbfounded. Not only can it not be cured, there's something else. Yu Tiexin continued, the complexity of this poison can be said to have reached a stage where it surpasses nature's workmanship. If I were to disregard my standpoint, this old man would covet this poison. However, it's because of this that this secret recipe alone isn't something an ordinary person can possess. To be able to possess such a recipe and be able to use it. Yu Tiexin's facial muscles twitched. This old man can't imagine what kind of force it is. His Majesty's expression was unruffled. Even at this moment, he was still calm. He stood up quietly and said faintly, I'm not afraid of death. Although it's a pity, this is fate. I can only let it go. However, the only thing that makes me feel heart-wrenching pain right now is the person who poisoned me. His Majesty wore an extremely tragic smile on his face. The person who can do this and has the ability to do it must be one of the closest and most trusted people to me. He sucked in a deep breath. Yutong. There's a war on the outside and a traitor on the inside. The West is barren for thousands of miles, there's no harvest, there's a drought, the South is flooded and the people have lost their homes. This country is about to fall apart. How can I leave like this without worry? How can I be willing to close my eyes just like this? His Majesty's eyes were filled with melancholy. Is there really no cure? There's not even a chance to try? The old marshal looked at Yu Tiexin hopelessly, feeling his heart trembling. Chapter 159. Yu Tiexin lowered his head dejectedly, not daring to look back at his old friend, old Marshal Qiu. He didn't say anything, but his attitude was more detailed than 1,000 words could be said. If you can't cure it, can't anyone else? The old marshal was unwilling to give up. Based on my knowledge of this poison, no one in this world can cure it. Even the person who poisoned me might not have the antidote. Yu Tiexin was certain of this judgment. This was the confidence that divine physician Yu had built up from his lifetime of practicing medicine. However, this confidence had dealt a hopeless blow to the old marshal. Amidst the silence, Yu Tiexin thought of something and said hesitantly, there's one more thing. Your Majesty, please don't be too agitated. What is it? The Emperor's voice was calm. This. Your Majesty has been poisoned for at least 10 years, and this poison has become one with the circulation of the profound qi in your meridians. In other words, this poison has already become a part of your body. Yu Tiexin stammered, not daring to say it out loud. However, he finally took a deep breath and said as if he was sacrificing himself for justice, it's just that, during these 10 years, if a child is born, a prince or a princess, the Emperor's expression changed abruptly. What? Yu Tiexin lowered his head. Although his voice was low, his enunciation was clear, I'm afraid, there might be something wrong. Boom! A table was smashed by the Emperor's palm. His Majesty's body shook violently as he vented his anger, almost fainting on the spot. The heavy blow finally made His Majesty feel like he was going to break down completely. There were many concubines in the palace. As a man in his prime who had normal needs and a strong mystical cultivation base, how could the emperor be lacking in offspring during these 10 long years? In the past 10 years, there were more than 20 princes and princesses who were born one after another. If all these children, His Majesty dared not think further, his face draining of color. Xiao Jianhan stood in a daze before he sprung up abruptly. Go! Invite young Master Yun. Ask him to come here immediately, no matter what he's doing. The old marshal's breathing was unprecedentedly rapid, his eyes bloodshot. He was in a state of near madness and collapse. Yun Yang's information had been verified, but the news was so unexpected. Initially, when Yun Yang had said in the palace that His Majesty's health was in danger, the old marshal had never thought that it was incurable, despite thinking that it was a serious matter. His greatest reliance was his sworn brother, the #1 miracle physician in the world, Yu Tiexin. Yun Yang was still a young man after all. Even if he had some experience and capability, his abilities were still shallow. Even if he was not exaggerating, the situation might not actually be that bad. As long as he found out that he was poisoned and knew what kind of poison it was there any poison in this world that Yu Tiexin could not cure? But reality proved that Yu Tiexin could not solve it. Furthermore, it was very likely that no one in the world could cure this poison. Now, the old marshal's only hope was Yun Yang. This was the last straw of hope they had right now. When Yun Yang arrived, he saw the emperor standing before the window with his arms behind his back. Xiao Jianhan and another person sat dumbly in the room, looking like they had lost their parents. How is it? Yun Yang asked with a smile. Old sir must have something to ask me to come. What are you playing dumb for? Old Marshal Xiao Jianhan pulled him over and slapped the back of his head, scolding, Don't you know why I've asked you to come here? Quickly! Tell me what solution you have, or I'll kill you if you don't. Yun Yang rubbed the back of his head, speechless. This is the first time I've seen someone beg with such an attitude, and it's happening to me. Yun Yang really wanted to turn and leave. He wanted to at least put on a show and delay the old marshal for a few days, to let this old man know why flowers were red and that Yun Yang's head should not be slapped. However, the person directly involved was His Majesty the Emperor. Even if this matter did not concern the Empire of Yutong, the fact that His Majesty the Emperor was the father of his eldest brother Supreme Earth made it impossible for him to not save him. Not only did he have to save him, he had to save him as soon as possible, with all his heart. Why does this feeling feel so? Will he have a solution? Yu Tiexin stared at Yun Yang suspiciously. What could this young man in front of him do when even he was helpless and sighed at the poison? Yun Yang sat down and said quietly, Old Marshal, being impatient won't solve anything. What I need to know is, what's the outcome of these few days? Outcome? Incurable? A dead end? The old marshal blushed and was speechless for a long while. Strictly speaking, the old marshal could not be said to have done anything wrong. Yun Yang was still a child in the old marshal's eyes, a child who had just grown hair. Naturally, he had placed more hope on miracle physician Yu. After all, the one who was poisoned was His Majesty the Emperor, so the safest method was the priority. He could say this to anyone but to Yun Yang, the person in question. Alright, I told you about His Majesty the Emperor's condition out of goodwill and even gave the method of treatment, but you've forgotten about me in the blink of an eye and found someone else to treat him. You've tried 13 times but failed, and now you're thinking of me. What the F***ck is this? Yu Tiexin did not know much about this. Hearing Yun Yang's question, he naturally explained the current situation in detail. The old sir had practiced medicine all his life. He was not a shallow person. His explanation was extremely detailed and meticulous. Then, Ling, the old marshal, was filled with anticipation. The medicine given by Ling Xiaozue was still in Yun Yang's hands. Before getting the confirmation from his old friend, the top miracle physician, how would the old marshal dare to simply use the medicine on His Majesty the Emperor? Don't worry, I've brought the medicine. It's right here. Yunyang took out a jade bottle carefully. Inside it were 3 jade green medicinal pills. Each of them was the size of a lotus seed. The old marshal's eyes darted around, feeling that something was not right. The last time he showed them to this old man, they were only the size of soybeans. Why did they seem to have grown now? Could this old man have seen them wrongly? Yu Tiexin took it. Once he opened the cap, he could smell the rich spiritual qi. Without another word, he took a deep breath and closed the jade bottle immediately. Then, he closed his eyes. Great medicine. Truly great medicine. After a long while, Yu Tiexin exhaled deeply and looked at the 3 pills enviously. May I ask, young brother, where did these 3 pills come from? Instead of calling them 3 pills, it's more like 3 lives. 3 lives? The old marshal perked up. What do you mean? These 3 pills aren't actually medicine. They don't even contain any medicinal ingredients. Yu Tiexin said with a sigh, but they are the purest qi of life. Any one of these pills can bring a severely injured and dying person back to life. Yu Tiexin said. Then, to His Majesty, these 3 pills. The old marshal asked anxiously. This. Yu Tiexin said, these 3 pills are undoubtedly very useful. They can really bring a person back from the brink of death. However, they can only increase the vitality of the user. In other words, they can only increase His Majesty's life force and strengthen his entire body. They aren't the antidote to the illness. I don't know if Elder Qiu can understand what I'm saying. The old marshal coughed, looking rather ashen as he said, I don't quite understand. These pills can't cure the illness, but they can increase His Majesty's body's resistance against the poison. Yu Tiexin said, this also means that His Majesty can only hold on for about 2 months at most. However, with these 3 pills, His Majesty can at least hold on for another 3 years. 3 years. Qiu Jianhan looked disappointed. Could it only prolong his death by 3 years? Old Qiu, what kind of attitude is this? How would you know how bad His Majesty's physical condition is now? Even the most precious treasures of heaven and earth in this world can hardly prolong His Majesty's life. These 3 spiritual pills can prolong His Majesty's life for 3 years. It's already extremely precious. Actually, if His Majesty didn't have to work so hard, it wouldn't be a problem to hold on for another 5 or 10 years. However, the problem now is that His Majesty is so tired every day. If he continues to exhaust himself for so many years, even with the support of the spiritual pills, it won't last long. What's more, he's still poisoned and in constant danger. Yu Tiexin sighed softly. His Majesty and old Marshal Qiu were silent as well. The nation's affairs were burdensome now, with internal and external troubles. Even though they were working so hard, they were merely treading on thin ice, afraid that something would go wrong and cause them to lose everything. How could it not be tiring under such circumstances? How could they let go of their busy duties and recuperate in peace? Anyone in the nation could let go of their duties but not His Majesty. Well. Yunyang coughed. These 3 people have all gone to study the effects of the pills. Is it really good to leave this brother aside? Could it be that her brother was not the most important? This brother is more useful than that medicine. His Majesty smiled faintly and said generously, if I could be given another 3 years, not only would it be a blessing from the heavens, it would be a destiny that defies the heavens. I should be content with what I have. His smile was filled with calmness and wisdom, without the slightest hint of fear. This emperor, the Emperor of Yutang, should be someone who cherished his life the most and feared death the most, but he was so open-minded now, long disregarding life and death. However, there was more to this smile than before. It was a hint of viciousness, a viciousness that came from deep within his bones. Well, I think. Yun-yang could not help but be shocked as he watched the three of them talk about how they were going to prepare for their funeral 3 years from now and begin their vengeance now. Chapter 160. What's wrong with you? Old Marshal Qiu glared at Yun-yang, obviously dissatisfied with the person's careless interruption that disregarded the occasion. Didn't they see that these people were so bold, ambitious, and arrogant? I just wanted to say that I can actually help His Majesty delay the situation with this medicinal pill. Yun-yang looked at Qiu Jianhan innocently. The mystical skill and mystical qi that I cultivate has a unique effect in resisting various poisons and substances in this world. As long as I comb through His Majesty's meridians every few days, the poison can be suppressed. I'm very confident about this. Wasn't it proven the other day? What? What did you say? Qiu Jianhan could not quite believe what he had just heard. Even his old brother, the unrivaled physician Yu Tiexin, whom he had high hopes for, was helpless against such a venomous poison. How dare you say that you can handle it? If you are so capable, why don't you ascend to the heavens? I'm speaking the truth. I've helped His Majesty comb through his meridians that day. Otherwise, do you think that His Majesty's intelligence is so clear now? It's because I've suppressed the poison that has invaded His Majesty's head that His Majesty has regained consciousness. Old Marshal, you can't erase such a huge contribution from me. Yun-yang said with a face full of grievance. The three of them were stunned when they heard him. Old Marshal Qiu recalled what had happened that day. His Majesty's mind had been muddled then, without the wisdom and decisiveness he was now. It was all because of Yun-yang's contribution. Did it not mean that things were not as hopeless as they seemed? Why didn't you say so earlier? It's such an important matter. Qiu Jianhan was enraged amidst his joy. Looking at the unreasonable old man, Yun-yang was speechless. Old Marshal, one has to be reasonable. I've told you about His Majesty's physical condition and countermeasures after I helped him comb through his body the other day, but you didn't say anything else. You only thought of me today. No, it wasn't me that you thought of, it was the 3 spiritual herbs. This is the 3rd time I've said it today. Yun-yang was speechless. You didn't. The old man was unreasonable. He immediately raised his hand, obviously intending to greet him with violence. Just pretend that you didn't say it. Just take it that I've forgotten to mention it. A wise man submits to circumstances. Yun-yang quickly corrected himself and apologized. It's a moment of carelessness on my part. You're a man of great virtue and seniority, then what are you waiting for, brat? Hurry up and come take a look at His Majesty. The old marshal blew at his beard. His face seemed to have turned red as well. Perhaps he was a little embarrassed or something, but it was not obvious. Yun-yang chuckled dryly. Looking at Yu Tiexin, who was already laughing by the side, and His Majesty the Emperor, whose eyes were filled with mirth, he nodded and bowed in agreement. Then he stood up. He really couldn't afford to offend this old man. Let me try your mystical skill and mystical qi first, to get a feel for it. Yu Tiexin extended his hand. Yun-yang knew that there must be a reason for this old man to do so. He was an expert in the medical field, his considerations must be thorough. He did not object nor did he mind it. Instead, he channeled his unique mystical qi and circulated it through Yu Tiexin's meridians. Yu Tiexin's expression had already changed greatly before he had even completed one round. His eyes widened abruptly as he stared at Yun-yang, almost crying out in surprise. All right, that's enough, that's enough. Yu Tiexin was trembling all over, his gaze towards Yun-yang burning with passion. Your Majesty, old marshal. Yu Tiexin deliberated over his words and said after a while, with these 3 medicinal pills and young Master Yun's mystical skill, you only need to consume them one by one over 3 months. Young Master Yun will then circulate his qi on the side. The poison in your Majesty's body, at the very least, the most conservative estimate, he paused and said, at least for the next 5 years, there's no need to worry too much. Even if you use mystical qi occasionally, it's no big deal. Besides, if young Master Yun's cultivation base can improve in the future, or if His Majesty's poison can be slowly removed through young Master Yun's unique mystical skill, completely cured. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Yutong's fortune. The world's fortune. With that, His Majesty could not help but be delighted, even though he had long disregarded his own life and death. No matter how open-minded one was, as long as one could live, who would really want to die? As for old Marshal Chiu, he was overjoyed. If he had not restrained himself, he might have been dancing with joy. He took a step forward and patted Yun Yang's shoulder. Good lad, you're so capable. You'll be the Empire of Yutong's national treasure in the future. Yun Yang moved behind His Majesty and secretly rolled his eyes for a while before he began the treatment. National treasure? This elder brother is a national treasure. His Majesty, who had consumed a pill and was cleared by Yun Yang's endless divine art, stood up in high spirits, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. He said in a refreshed manner, "It looks like I'm not fated to die yet. There will always be a savior from heaven." His Majesty had actually started joking. Xiao Jianhan felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Still, Your Majesty shouldn't be too careless. Yu Tiexin said, you have to be careful during this period of time, especially when it comes to your diet. If the person who poisoned you finds out that Your Majesty has taken a turn for the better, he might change his strategy. The enemy will always be in the light while we're in the dark. It's impossible to guard against it. The old miracle physician had not finished his words. However, both the old marshal and His Majesty understood what he meant. His Majesty nodded faintly and said in a low voice, "Of course, I understand." These 5 short words were enough to send shivers down Yu Tiexin's spine, even though he was used to life and death, as well as Lord Supreme Cloud, who spent his days in front of the gates of hell. On the same night, a case of treason had suddenly broken out in the palace. There were more than 300 eunuchs and 100 maids in the palace, including all the chefs in the imperial kitchen and even the emperor's 3 favorite concubines, as well as many eunuchs and maids in the imperial study and bedchamber, as well as the families of the 3 favored concubines. All of them had been captured in one fell swoop. All of them were pushed out of the Meridian Gate and executed in public. There were more than 8,000 people who had died in this wave. This wave of unforeseen events could be said to be huge, but the most incredible thing about this incident was the strength of the counterattack against the target. First, when the imperial guards were trying to arrest a few eunuchs in the palace, they were unexpectedly met with strong resistance. Among them, there were 7 or 8 eunuchs who had extraordinary skills of the 5th or 6th grade. After a fierce battle, the imperial guards who went to arrest them paid the price of a large number of casualties before they were able to capture all of them. No, they did not manage to capture all of them. There were still 3 who had relied on their formidable abilities to break through the siege and escape with wounds all over their bodies. A few of the maids by the side of the 3 favored concubines were quite skilled as well. After the siege, one of them managed to break through the siege while the others were killed on the spot after a fierce battle. There were also the families of the 3 favored concubines. 2 of them were captured as they were caught off guard, while the other family had a private army of thousands of men. They fought head-on against the imperial guards who came to capture them. Not only did they not lose the upper hand, they even seemed to be on the offensive. It was only when the city guards mobilized 30,000 soldiers that the entire family was annihilated. After the battle, the entire capital city was plunged into an atmosphere of blood. The unprecedentedly thick stench of blood did not dissipate even after many days had passed. When His Majesty was enraged, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The entire capital city was trembling. All the civil and military officials held their breaths, no one dared to act rashly. This so-called rebellion came so suddenly that it was extinguished like a thunderbolt. The fourth prince entered the palace to pay his respects. He did not have anything to do at first, but he did not know why he asked about this matter. His Majesty said darkly, "My son is quite concerned about this matter. I wonder which of your loyal subordinates' interests have been touched. You actually have to trouble me to ask about it personally. Since you are so concerned about it, why don't you take my throne? Do I need you to ask about how I do things? After you ask, do you need to reason with it and control it?" Faced with such sharp words, the fourth prince fled from the palace, drenched in sweat and scared out of his wits. Even after he left the palace and returned to his mansion, his lips were still green and his face was pale. This time, he was really frightened and fell ill after he returned home. The meaning of His Majesty's words was not only a heavy threat, but the core of it was a direct attack on the heart. Almost all the personnel in the imperial palace had undergone a complete change of blood. On the second day, the new head chef of the imperial kitchen seemed to have offended His Majesty's taboo. His Majesty flipped the dining table, flew into a rage, and beheaded him in public. Then, in the afternoon, another head chef was appointed. It was said that the Empress had pleaded for mercy for one of the concubines. His Majesty looked at the Empress coldly for a long time. Then, the Empress was grounded and had not left the Longevity Palace until now. It was also said that she would probably not be able to come out for a year after this. Only half of them have been chopped off this time. One night after the incident, His Majesty met old Marshal Qiu in secret and said frankly, "As for the others, I know who they are. But I can't do anything now." Qiu Jianhan comforted him, "Your Majesty, it's already a joyous occasion that your dragon body is safe and sound. There will be plenty of opportunities to settle scores with these fellows in the future. There's no need to rush. It's not good to startle them." Chapter 161. As His Majesty enjoyed young Master Yun's mystical massage, he suddenly had the urge to test him. "Yun Yang, say, the treasury is empty now. Not only are the military's rations and rewards insufficient, but the flood also requires a large amount of silver taels for relief. How should this be handled?" Yun Yang was still thinking about the portrait in His Majesty's study. Feeling guilty, he answered instinctively, "What's so difficult about this? As long as we do this and so on, everything can be easily solved. Besides, His Majesty's butcher's knife is hanging in the air. Whoever dares to jump out to oppose is someone who deserves to die. It's just the right time to start with them. I believe that the person who jumps out will not be clean himself. Confiscating his family's wealth will be of some help this time as well." His Majesty and old Marshal Qiu looked at each other subconsciously as they listened to Yun Yang's suggestion, noticing the surprise in each other's eyes. This child's plan was brilliant. He could actually grasp the imperial court's affairs so precisely. His methods were ruthless, going straight for the vital points. What a talent! There was also the last part about copying the wealth of those who didn't make a name for themselves. It was simply the finishing touch. It was truly amazing. "Yun Yang, do you have the intention to enter the imperial court as an official?" His Majesty asked, seemingly unintentionally. "No." Yun Yang was shocked. "If I were to become an official, I'm afraid I would be beheaded by His Majesty within a few days. This nephew's ability to offend people is truly extraordinary. Becoming an official is equivalent to getting into trouble. It's better to save this trouble." His Majesty and old Marshal Qiu laughed together. Both of them were not offended by Yun Yang's rejection. They even thought that Yun Yang's answer was reasonable. Thinking about it, this fellow was indeed not suitable to be an official. If he were to be placed in front of others, he would be targeted by those with ulterior motives. Thus, they gave up on the idea of Yun Yang becoming an official or enlisting him. The next morning. The morning assembly. His Majesty had indeed brought up two matters. First, the soldiers' salaries, pensions, and rewards. Second, the funds related to the flood. The Board of Revenue's Minister of Revenue, who had heard of these two huge issues, almost went mad. Your Majesty, you only have so little money now. It's not enough no matter how you deal with it. Even if a copper coin was broken into 8 pieces, it still wouldn't be enough. Therefore, a group of civil officials immediately jumped out and said that the country's affairs are the most important and the people are the most important. I believe that the soldiers will understand if they suffer for a few months first. In the past, this was only the beginning of the daily quarrel. However, the emperor today was very different from the past. He flew into a rage and directly ordered the officials to be arrested. When I discuss state affairs, I need you all to come up with a plan, not a bunch of excuses. What I need is a good solution that takes care of both sides, not for you to use flowery words of benevolence, righteousness, and morality to chill the loyalty of my soldiers who have been through hundreds of battles. Under the surprised and frightened gazes of the officials, the emperor suddenly stood up and looked down at the great hall. With his hands behind his back, he slowly said, "Take him down. Search the house and send the entire family to exile." "Have mercy, Your Majesty." A group of people stepped forward to plead for leniency. The soldiers need to be rewarded, the flood needs to be dealt with. The country is at a critical juncture, swaying in the wind and rain. We must respond to this crisis with a thunderous approach. Otherwise, how can we purge the world and fight against the external forces? We can think of other ways without money. However, without the soldiers and the people, is there still an empire of Yutang? This bastard is evasive and full of excuses. How can the soldiers' anger be quelled if we don't kill him? How can Yutang's laws be enforced if we don't punish him? After searching this bastard's house, deposit all the confiscated silver taels into the national treasury. The Board of Revenue will allocate it as soon as possible. Other than that, I would like to organize a donation here. I will save the palace's expenses for the next 3 years, earning about 1,000,000 silver taels. My civil and military officials, please support me accordingly. Also, auction off some unnecessary items in the palace. Your Majesty, you mustn't. A censor jumped out. Your Majesty's action will greatly damage the dignity of the royal family. Your Majesty, please reconsider. His Majesty said faintly, the soldiers who fought at the borders for me have no salary, the countless warriors who died in foreign lands have no pension, and the soldiers who have rendered meritorious service have no rewards. Without their sacrifice, how can there be the so-called dignity of the royal family? Where the flood has passed, there are wails and cries, those who have died are Yutang's people. They are the foundation of Yutang, and these foundations are about to be destroyed. The entire empire of Yutang is in a state of turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. The nation is about to be destroyed, and you're still talking to me about the dignity of the royal family? If the nation is gone, how can there be any dignity of the royal family? Are you saying this for the dignity of the royal family, or are you reluctant to part with your own wealth? Men, take this bastard down. Push him out of the Meridian Gate and behead him in public. 2 men were beheaded. All of you are my backbone, the pillars of the nation. Now, let us talk about the donation. All of you only need to say a number. Of course, do not shake the foundations of your families. If that happens, I won't be able to rest easy. Just do what you can. The officials were dumbfounded. This did not seem to be the right way to open it today. It had been close to 5 years since His Majesty had used such a ruthless tactic. What he did today was not just a ruthless tactic, but a hooligan's trick. Forcefully carrying out the Emperor's decision. Not to be denied. Not to be denied. You don't agree, do you? Fine, men, behead him and confiscate his property. All of your property is gone, your life is gone too. Then, carry out the next person's donation. Will you donate? Yes, His Majesty has succeeded. If you don't donate. Alright, have you seen the 2 examples? Do you want to lose your wealth, your family, and be cursed as a thief? If you don't want to stay, then just give in and listen to me. This official is willing to donate 1,000,000 silver taels. Old Marshal Qiu Jianhan was the first to jump out. This official is willing to donate 1,000,000 silver taels. Leng Daoyin jumped out. This official is also willing to donate 1,000,000 silver taels. The Grand Commandant jumped out. All of the officials rolled their eyes at him. These 3 old ruffians were King annoying. Who didn't know the backgrounds of the 3 of them? Although the salaries of these 3 brothers were not low and there were other benefits, most of their money had been used to help the disabled soldiers and orphans of the martyrs. Where did you get so much money? What right did you have to ask for 1,000,000 silver taels? If you're so capable, why don't you go to heaven? It's not that we're looking down on you, but if the 3 of you old men could gather 500,000 silver taels, we'd be willing to hang ourselves together. This was obviously His Majesty's request. However, by doing so, you forced us into a tight corner. The 3 of you are indeed my left and right arms. I'm very comforted. His Majesty was delighted. This old official has little money. I don't have much savings in recent years. I'll just donate 500,000 silver taels. The Grand Preceptor sighed softly. On the military side, there were already 3 magnates taking the lead. Their momentum was unparalleled. If there was no one among the civil officials to set an example, then, in the imperial court, would it not be one-sided and the words of the military would be the law? Furthermore, it would be one-sided with His Majesty's inclination. This could not be allowed. No matter how reluctant the Grand Preceptor was, he had still taken the lead and pledged 500,000 silver taels. This official will donate 100,000 silver taels. This official will donate 200,000 silver taels. This was the idea that Yunyang had thought of last night. Your Majesty can do this. Bring up the issue of the treasury's insufficiency in the morning assembly and someone will definitely jump out to stir up trouble. Your Majesty can get rid of this troublemaker, then confiscate his family's assets and confiscate it from the Ministry of Revenue. Then, you can propose a donation from the officials. I believe there will still be someone who will jump out to stir up trouble. This person's position is good. If your Majesty doesn't want to kill him, you only have to reprimand him. However, if it's someone who is ignorant and coincidentally someone whom your Majesty wants dead, your Majesty can kill another one then. As long as the 2 old marshals are willing to act as a pawn, this will be a success. At least, this method can solve the urgent problem. There are many wealthy officials in the imperial court. Who isn't afraid of death? How many people can really sacrifice their lives over their wealth? I remember your Majesty using this method before. The Emperor's expression had darkened for a long time then. He had indeed used this method before. However, how could His Majesty stand it when this child brought it up so bluntly? He wanted to save face as well, that was why His Majesty had asked if Yunyang wanted to be an official. As long as this child had the desire to be an official and really became one, he could take advantage of someone like you who liked to speak the truth anytime he wanted. Yunyang had unexpectedly but reasonably rejected the offer. Then, of course, it was time for the drama of the morning assembly. The scene in the morning assembly was swift and decisive, ruthless and decisive. It triggered a long-lost memory among the officials, back then, His Majesty had done something like this as well, dictating the law and establishing his authority on the spot. However, so many years had passed and His Majesty had never been so unreasonable. Most of the time, he had been merciful and strict, fair in rewards and punishments. His methods had become gentler in recent years, rarely spilling blood. Why was he suddenly resorting to such indecent methods today? At this moment, the officials felt like they had returned to the time when the first emperor had ruled the country with his iron fist many years ago. One by one, they gave in. This official, pledges. The last person to speak was the Board of Justice's minister, Wu Lai. Minister Wu's face was flushed as he finally managed to speak. This official, pledges 100 taels. Most of the officials who had pledged were between 100, 200, and 500,000 taels. Basically, no one was lower than this amount. Unexpectedly, the Board of Justice's minister had offered 100 taels. Chapter 162. Many of the officials burst out laughing, thinking that this fellow was slapping His Majesty in the face. 100 taels? How could you say that? That's too degrading. However, the officials who had chuckled were shocked to find themselves being stared at by hundreds of pairs of daggers. Among them was His Majesty the Emperor himself. The president of the Board of Punishments, Wu Lai, was one of the rare officials in the Empire of Yutong's imperial court. Ever since he had become an official, be it when he was a 7th-class county magistrate or a 2nd-class official now, he had never accepted any aid or contact. Even if someone had invited him for a meal or a cup of tea, he had never agreed to it. This person's management of himself and his family was so strict that it was almost unreasonable. His Majesty has conferred me an official position and a salary. Those are the rewards I deserve for serving the imperial court. But other than that, I don't deserve any of the other benefits. As the saying goes, it is hard for one to take advantage of others. I, Wu Lai, cannot disappoint the official position I hold, cannot disappoint His Majesty's trust, and cannot disappoint the people's expectations. Especially now that I'm the director of the Board of Punishments, in charge of the world's criminal laws. I should be strict with myself and reflect on myself. I won't allow any dirty tricks to happen to me. In my eyes, there is no mercy beyond the law. The law is the law. When a prince breaks the law, he shall be punished the same as a commoner. After Sir Wu had taken office, the Empire of Yutong's cases had indeed decreased in recent years. In addition, the officials had also handled their matters in a more discreet manner. No one dared to act as openly and unscrupulously as before. It could be said that Sir Wu was the one who had turned the tide of the Empire of Yutong's laws and regulations. Countless corrupt officials, even if they weren't discovered by him, as long as they saw him, they would tremble and want to confess with a guilty conscience. However, it was also this Sir Wu who had encountered many tragedies. First of all, his beloved wife was in her 30s. When Wu Lai was still an assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, her legs were chopped off due to revenge. Later, it was discovered that not only were her legs crippled, she was also poisoned and paralyzed. She was like a living dead. His son was also imprisoned for many days due to revenge. Although he was lucky enough to survive, not only was his body weak and sickly, he was also poisoned to the point of losing his sight. Even today, he still hasn't gotten any better and can only be kept alive with medicine. Furthermore, the medicines used to maintain the lives of his wife and son were all expensive goods. As a result, Lord Wu's life had been extremely difficult for the past few years. A kind-hearted person couldn't stand it any longer and secretly delivered a bag of silver to Lord Wu in the middle of the night, placing it in the courtyard of his house. But as long as he discovered it, he would throw it out without hesitation. Regardless of whether this action was done out of good intentions or a deliberate gift, in this official Wu's heart, he thought, I don't want silver that I shouldn't take. Even if I die of poverty, starvation, or suffering, I don't want it. In fact, Yun Yang, Lord Supreme Cloud, had sent people to deliver silver and gold to Lord Wu's house many times, but even when he told him that it was a gift from the 9 Supremes, Lord Wu would still shake his head like a rattledrum and refuse to accept it. Sometimes, he would even reject His Majesty's extra reward. I've done my job well and His Majesty rewards me. I want it, it's the reward I deserve and I'm worthy of it. However, I feel that I haven't done my job well. Why should I accept His Majesty's reward? Why are you rewarding me? Isn't the reward and punishment unclear? I won't accept it. Sometimes, His Majesty would even be infuriated by this official's refusal to accept his reward. For such an official to fork out 100 silver taels was already far beyond what he could bear. Well, Minister Wu. His Majesty did not react to the other officials' pledges of 100 or 200 silver taels, but when he saw Wu Lai fork out 100 silver taels, he felt a throbbing pain in his heart. Forget about the silver taels you've pledged to donate. Take the silver taels back and take care of your own life, His Majesty said with a sigh. The pledge this time was done by all the officials. How can this humble official be an exception? I shouldn't be. I still have 173 taels at home. It's enough for this month's living expenses. A smile hung on Wu Lai's steely face. However, you still need to spend on your wife and children. The pledge this time is voluntary. You should do what you can to help others. His Majesty advised gently, take it back. Wu Lai said seriously, Your Majesty, this official knows that the 100 silver taels I've pledged to donate is only a drop in the bucket. It doesn't help the bigger picture and can't be compared to others. However, this official is still a part of the Empire of Yutong. When the Empire is in trouble, this official thinks that it's my duty and responsibility to donate and help. Besides, this money is this official's own money. This official will take it if I want to, and not if I don't want to. His words were adorably blunt. In layman's terms, it was, your father's money, your father can spend it however he likes. What F*** king do you have to do with it? Even if you're the emperor, do you have to care about how my salary is spent? His Majesty almost fell back from this sentence. Old Marshal Qiu and Ling Daoyin laughed at the same time. The two old men guffawed and pointed at Wu Lai. This is AF** King Donkey. Wu Lai replied stiffly, You're the donkeys. Your whole family are donkeys. Pfft! His Majesty's anger turned into laughter, and he burst out laughing. Other than Wu Lai, there was no one else who dared to insult the military saber and sword duo so openly. This was something that even His Majesty dared not say. But Wu Lai dared to. He had said it boldly and confidently, boldly, openly, and in high spirits. In his own words, your father has never let down the heavens, never let down the earth, never let down the king, never let down the people. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how powerful you are, why should your father be afraid of you? The civil and military officials in the imperial court could not help but snicker as they watched the two old marshals unable to react despite having eaten **tea. These two old rogues had always relied on their unreasonable and brutal methods to dominate the imperial court. Today, they could finally see them speechless after being rebuked. How gratifying! This old man is willing to donate another 500,000 silver taels. A white-haired old official stood up. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I'll donate. Just to see these two old men being scolded and humiliated, this old man feels good. I'll donate this money to my heart's content. The current Prime Minister, Du Ruobing, stood up. This old man's wrinkled face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. It was a pity that this old man had been suffering from these two old rogues for his entire life. I thought that I would no longer have the chance to take revenge as I was nearing my grave. Now that someone had helped me vent my anger, how could I not pay for the theater tickets? It's a pity that this old man only has 500,000 silver taels for my coffin. Otherwise, it would be worth it even if I had to pay 1,000,000. The old Prime Minister looked relieved. His Majesty lowered his head and covered his forehead with his hand. It could be seen that the old Prime Minister could die without regrets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said things like this. His Majesty had raked in almost 19 million taels of silver from the donation drive. It was as if a large sum of money had fallen from the sky into his account. His Majesty felt relieved, but at the same time, he was suddenly filled with evil thoughts. He could not get rid of them. There's something wrong with these bastards' families. Especially some of them. If they only relied on their salaries, they wouldn't be able to fork out so much money even if they didn't eat or drink for 100 years. Moreover, I've never heard of their families owning any property. Where did they get the money they pledged to donate from? His Majesty pondered. The way he looked at some of them suddenly changed. The officials heaved a sigh of relief when they finally completed the donation drive that His Majesty personally presided over. Then, they started to feel the pinch. The next step is for me and all of you to take out some items and send someone to auction them off at the auction outside. I believe we can still get some silver taels. Together with the donations we've collected today, it should be enough. His Majesty was still not satisfied, so he struck again. Cough, cough, all the officials in the imperial court coughed in unison. Your Majesty, you are so greedy at the sight of money. The imperial court meeting ended. Wu Lai walked out of the palace gate and saw old Marshal Qiu Jianhan blocking his way when he lifted his head. What are you doing? Wu Lai looked at Qiu Jianhan warily. Old Marshal Qiu was the leader of the empire of Yutong's 3 greatest rogues and had always been infamous. It was one thing for Wu Lai to retort and rebuke the old marshal, but it was not surprising for the old marshal to settle the score and beat someone up. The old marshal scoffed and tossed a bag of silver taels over, saying, "This is the 2,000 silver taels I've lent you. Remember to return it to me when you have the money in the future. I'm lending it to you, not for free." He turned and left without another word. Wu Lai hugged the bag of silver taels, his Adam's apple quivered. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart, unable to speak. He could not help but recall last night. Last night, in the middle of the night, Wu Lai washed his wife's body and gave her medicine, but then he heard a painful groan from his son. It was his son who had woken up at night. Because his eyes were blind, he tripped, and because his body was weak, it was difficult for him to maintain his balance, so he fell heavily to the ground. He hurriedly gave his son medicine and helped him to bed. Then, just as he was about to fall asleep, someone suddenly floated in like a cloud. Sir Wu. Who is it? Wu Lai had been calm then. This lowly one is acquainted with Sir Wu. The person was masked and dressed in black, but his voice was friendly. Sir Wu should have heard of me. I am the 8th of the 9 Supremes, Supreme Wind. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a gust of wind blew in the enclosed room with its tightly shut windows. The wind swept back and forth, stirring and gentle. It rolled up the things placed in the room and suspended them in the air, then gently put them down. From the beginning to the end, the black-clothed man did not move his hands or feet at all, except for that first wave of his hand. Is it really Sir Supreme Wind? Wu Lai was agitated. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.